Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Fat Tuesday version of the City Council meeting of Tuesday, March 4th. Call the meeting to order and ask for approval of the agenda.
Moved. Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first on our agenda, we have public comment. If you would like to make public comment on anything other than the public hearing, now's the time that you would do that. You're going to raise your hand when you get called up. Give your name and mailing address. Keep it under 3 minutes and kind and respectful always. So would anyone like to speak from in the audience?
You define what is the public hearing.
Yeah. It is number 7 on your agenda,
Which is.
the tree ordinance.
Is there other than tree ordinance?
No, they're not speaking now for the tree ordinance. Okay, Andrew. Number 7, I predict will be about 10:30 tonight. Just kidding.
Andrew Tonnery, P O Box 664. I think the most important thing on tonight's agenda is the water issue with Elk Creek Terrace, and I hope that everyone got to read Randy's breakdown of what's happening there and how they're getting the short end of the stick. And I just want to advocate for some relief for them and probably some backdated relief for the overpayment they've had to make. So I think it's really important to support those in the community, please.
Thank you. Next. Oh,
Oh, you beat me to it. Well, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Tom Landrum, 680 North Lamar, Beach, Oregon. I understood that we were going to talk about the schoolhouse tonight, and maybe I'm,
no, you are. No, you're correct.
but anyway, you know, I tried to listen to what I've heard come out of the city council meeting about the schoolhouse, and it sounds like you're still at a loggerhead about what to do. And maybe I look at things from a different perspective. It got voted down 70% to not go ahead with. Now, I know you just did a reestimate, and I don't understand why you even bothered to do that. But what I would like to offer, you know, I always try to come with something to rather than just, I don't agree, is the political action committee that was formed to oppose this project spearheaded this. And it got voted down. The logical thing in my mind is, hey, you want to know where they stand with it? Do they want a real summed down version of this? They just want to refurbish it and repurpose it? Or do they want to demolish it and turn it into a park? To me, the simple thing is have them do a poll or even something more formal. It can be a citywide. Doesn't have to be just the political action committee. But you've got a group of organized people already there. I'm sure they're willing to help. You've got 2 council members sitting here that are part of that committee. To me, that's a logical next step. Find out what the public wants. Don't guess. Try to get some definitive information. Anyway, that's what I like to offer.
Thank you.
Tom.
Lolly.
Hi, Lolly Champion, P.O. Box 614. And thank you for letting me speak about this. I want to say, first of all, what brought me to speak about this was I don't know if any of you read the redo of Sam's part that he put out to Watt, and I put that back out, but Sam speaking again about going forward and keeping the place that we all came to and love under some type of way of continuing that. And I know you've all gotten that copy. So I'll just refer back to, I think occasionally we should reread that and remember where our purpose is, especially you and the council. I'm asking the city council to consider the following actions for the elementary school property. A, bring the building up to code, the minimum requirements to meet public safety for use. In other words, we don't need CETA for this. We just want you to bring it back up to code. This is just my opinion. Again, as Tom pointed out, you have to get a consensus from the entire community. But I think if we don't each speak out, then how are you going to achieve that? So I hope that this is. Allow this move is to be used for the residents of Cannon Beach. I've spoken to so many people who say, we know that the tourists are our bread and butter community, and we turn our town, our beach and our forest over to them through many months of the year. But I think we all need to feel that we have a place. And I know I'm collecting signatures way back in 2017 to go forward to buy this school. I got almost 200 signatures and I never got an email or a phone number. I only got why they wanted the school. And it was always, I want to go there. And it's something Greg Swendenberg has put out a number of times. I want to go there and shoot baskets with my kids. I did that growing up. I want that. There used to be a volleyball league here. Women that went there on nights and played volleyball. There's people that want to play pickleball when it's raining. It's a place to walk when it's too cold for people, especially seniors. It could be used for the community. The gym should remain primarily a gym that can be transformed for events such as school plays, like charter school, summer art camp for kids, and all manner of possible events from visiting performers, bingo nights, potluck, community events, while still providing a place for shooting hoops, pickleball, volleyball, a walking place during the winter, and so much more. Gyms across the country have been community gathering places and facilities for healthy activities over a range of types beyond the weight center gyms. Please remember gyms in the community you grew up in. For voting, we didn't vote by mail, health fairs, political town halls, and all things community. I suspect the first reaction will be, well, how will we pay to bring the building up to code? Well, I know that you raised the lodging tax, and I know that 30% of that lodging tax is to be used for discretionary other things besides pure tourists. Is to be used for city you also did the food tax to raise money for these city buildings, which the elementary school is a city building. And allow for residents a nonprofit to be formed. It is time to allow the classrooms to be decided organically. Will the tribes want to rent one of the permanent displays and presentations, and perhaps environmental groups also take a classroom? There are no shortages of activities that would be potential for the community activities in those rooms. These are ideas open to be augmented by people in the community. It is time when our Cannon Beach is given over to our visitors, and they are our bread and butter for most of the months of the year, that there be one place set aside for us, the community members you represent, for a large list of activities. Activities spoken of again by Greg Swendenberg, a place to shoot baskets with his son, carry a history of why we have gyms in our communities and how they should be used for the highest and best interest. I just want to thank you for listening. I know this is just one voice, but hopefully more people will speak up to say, we don't want to tear it down. We want it to remain. It's a classic and in so many ways, and it's a place for all of us to have one more place to gather. That's kind of ours. I think we should respect that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next.
Clara Stroh, P.O. Box 88, Cannon Beach. First, I'd like to somewhat agree with Lolly that I'm just one person coming up and speaking on my views on the school. Definitely not a consensus. So again, just my view on it. I went to school there. My brother went to school there. My dad and uncles went to school there before it was its current form, way back when. I remember going to the holidays and harvest events held at the gym, and it truly was a community space. I personally do not feel, though, that $19 million, do not feel that the $19 million that we would need to spend to refurbish, protect, and bring it up to code is something that this community should spend on this. And a couple weeks ago, when we heard that massive price tag, sorry, I lost my place. I'm not awake yet. So it's $19 million plus the money already spent on the roof. And in that same meeting, we learned that demolishing both buildings would be around 500,000. Well, it would be a shame to lose the money you already spent on the new roof. I believe that would be the best choice for this community. And again, I'm the only one, just one person. Trying to manage 3 huge projects plus our failing water infrastructure at the same time feels incredibly irresponsible and naive. Anyone who has built a home, done a massive remodel, et cetera, knows that something almost always goes wrong. Why would we want 3 major liabilities at once? There is also not a clear vision for this land, and it feels like the city is fixated on rushing forwards anyways. My suggestion is to spend the 500,000, then and take down both buildings and wait. Wait until the city hall and police station are complete. Wait until we have reliable water, and wait until the community rallies around a clear plan for that space. That could be building a gym with our functions in mind, not trying to fix up an old building to try and match those goals. It could be building a smaller structure. It could be setting it up as a garden and a park and more of a nice space for our food bank. There's a lot of options, but we need to have a clear vision. We can't just keep pushing forward with ideas. When I sat here through the last meeting where this was discussed, and every single one of you said, we don't know what people want. And then you all still went ahead with moving forward on getting new estimates and so on without still having a clear idea. That just makes absolutely no sense to me. I mean, there's been suggestions of having Cannon Beach together, put together a survey or a poll. The city could also do that. But I think that it's incredibly irresponsible to do 3 major projects plus our water at the same time. Could just wait. Whether that's wait and leave the buildings up and it'll get more expensive, or tear them down and wait. But it just seems like a bad idea to me. Moving forward with something that has no clear vision and also was voted down already. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Randy?
Andy Neal, PO Box 1092. I'm here to talk about resolution number 2024. It was a set of new water and sewer rates and methodologies adopted in September 2020. I believe it's the root cause to the Elk Creek problems. But I believe the Elk Creek Community Action Team here understands their issues and can explain their situation. But I also believe this resolution has other implications in town. It didn't take long to stumble on this resolution. It doubled the Elk Creek fees from 1 month to the next, and has only gotten worse since. It's not clear what problem was trying to be solved with this new methodology. It seems to focus on a statistic that said, while commercial and residential water usage was equal, residents paid 60% of the revenue, while commercials paid only 40% of the revenue. As a result, new allowances and fees and by meter size were implemented. The final presentation clearly notes the impact to multifamily residential billing is dependent upon unique combinations of meter size and number of dwellings. Another note implies the communication plans to all customers and mitigation options that should be implemented. The real issue with that discrepancy between usage and revenue are second homeowners. Second homeowners pay a lot, but they don't use any water. And if you pulled that 1,000 customers, that 900 customers out of that equation, basically residentials and commercials were paying about the same cost per gallon and basically contributing the similar amounts of revenue. The net result of the resolution 2024 was that all residential users saw no change, but users of large meter sizes saw significant increases of 1.5 to 2.5 times. And this includes residential housing developments with larger pipes. We know Elk Creek was hugely impacted because they had the largest pipe. Shorewood seems to have been spared, but only because they have individual meters for each of their individual units. The question is, did other multifamily developments pay a significantly higher fee the last 4 years? I've checked with the Elk Creek Condo HOA. It seems to be in sort of an odd state in between. The rate chart says they should actually pay a lot more, but they have so many of their units as second homeowners who actually don't use water that their fees are still manageable. Cannon Beach needs more housing. We need housing of these specific types of developments. You know, can we be cost effective for these residents with the methodology that's in resolution 2024? And then finally, don't forget, the city keeps indicating the future water rates are about to triple. Resolution 2024 needs a good solid review. This year's budget cycle might be the best time to reevaluate this.
Thank you. Next. Ready?
Betty Gibbon, PO Box 137, Cannon Beach. Hi, I'm going to be talking about Nacoos, and I'd like to talk about the future plans of Nacoos. I'm hoping that when you're planning on other new buildings or whatever's going to happen, you will please do not give up on the idea of honoring the native people of Cannon Beach on the site of their village, highlighting their traditional knowledge, indigenous cultural values, environmental practices, and respect for the land. When learning about the rich history of the location, there is no substitute for being exactly where it happened. It will inspire those who come to appreciate and respect the uniqueness of what they are experiencing. Please do not give up on the idea of a nature center to promote the public to be better stewards of our environment. At present, the North Coast Watershed Association, the Haystack Rock Awareness Program, the North Coast Rocky Habitat, and the Bird Alliance of Oregon are working to protect and restore ecosystems that have furnished habitats for puffin, black oyster catchers, otters, salmon, and beaver, to name a few. They are all now in danger. All of these groups have goals to educate the public. What better place to house these efforts into our ecosystem? Please do not give up on keeping the site a place for education. There has been intense research and collaboration over the past few years with community, tribal, and nonprofits on how to spotlight the immense importance of Nacoos, working on ways to tell its unique history and cultural story. Nacoos could be a vibrant educational asset to our community, a learning space for locals, school children, and the world at large. A place for nonprofits and community groups to hold workshops and gatherings enhancing their work and missions. When you enter Nacoos, you will be stepping into the past and going on your own core of discovery, gaining respect for the unique place we call home, a welcoming place that has welcomed travelers for centuries and school children for generations. I hope you'll consider these ideas as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Next in the audience. Mary Beth.
I just want to put in a plug for Keeping the Gym. It is a unique and large structure. It is a large performance space. It could be a multi-purpose room for performances, for gatherings, for food sharing, for even for sports events, or even just working out. But to trade 7,500 square feet for 850 square feet doesn't sound to me like a great deal. And in the past, it was a space that was used for performances that really brought our community together. And we don't have a big space where we can do that right now. When the Cannon Beach Chorus has their concerts at the community church, it's standing room only and in the back hall. That's not adequate. We could all fit in that gymnasium and have wonderful concerts there. I know that there are times when we have community gatherings with sharing food together at the Chamber Hall. And again, people are standing, waiting for the second shift to sit down and eat. We need a larger space, and trading this wonderful, quirky, just like Cannon Beach structure for a smaller space doesn't seem like a good bargain. And I have looked at the figures that were in the packet, and I understand that is the more expensive building to save, but it is also the more expensive or the more difficult space to recreate if that were in the future, something that we wanted to do. I hope that you will take that into account as you're thinking about what we should do with the school. I wish that it were an option. I wish I had my magic wand to keep the whole thing, to have those classroom spaces available for smaller gatherings, to have that gymnasium available for whatever multi-purpose uses it could be used for. And I know that the budget is really the limiting factor along with community buy-in. I also know that there are so many people in this community who would really miss seeing that building when they come into town. So thank you.
Thank you. Next in the audience. Okay, we'll go to Zoom. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. First we have Todd.
Hello there. Todd Lawson, Seattle, Washington, member of the Clatsop-Nehalem tribe. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Great. I always wonder. A couple things. One is thanks for letting us participate again, and I say that for myself and the tribe. I know saying thank you is a big thing this week. If anyone's been watching the news, I don't want to repeat that mistake. So couple items I would like to chat about is one is on each of the four options, there's $1 million for site improvement that's quoted there. And I think that could be kind of pulled out of the budget for the project and just put aside. This is going to be the responsibility of the city to do no matter what we do, right? And to carry that in the gym renovation isn't entirely fair. The sidewalk needs upkeep. There needs to be new power. There needs to be new sewer for the food pantry. And I think, just to be clear, I think the site needs that no matter what. So that might be something to think about when parsing these items. The second thing is I read the packet, and it's a little, empty of narrative or inspiration. I think that's really an opportunity now. It's one could look at that as disappointing, but I think they had sort of done what they were asked to do, right? Just give the basic numbers. And now it's time for the community to come in and do a two-part thing of what you want to see happen in the building. Hopefully part of that is some native activities or honorariums or displays, but also how we're going to pay for that. And if it needs to go back out as a survey, that's fine. That's maybe what has to happen. We've done that, but there was a lot of great work done by the planning committee that I don't think everyone knows about on both sides for that. And it would be great if that would be a priority to get going again and have formal calls for some meetings and have some ownership on that on both sides of the aisle, for lack of a better term, and get that going again. And then, because I think that's really the essence of what we're missing here is what does the community want to pay for and what does the community want to do? And that's only going to happen through some sort of participatory process. And then finally, I just want to say again, big pro gym building. I think you're going to regret it if you tear that down, and it's one of a kind and needs to be saved. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Dick Bausch.
Yep.
Good evening.
Hey, hi, everybody.
Hi. Good to hear from you.
It's good to see you all. My comment is number one, I'm back up on my feet and ready to visit and say a few words. And I want to take you back to when I was 11 years old. And I remember being on the school grounds and being in the gym with both tribal people and local citizens, honoring and commemorating Lewis and Clark. And I remember a whole bunch of bagpipes playing and mussel stew being served. It was a great mixing place. It was just a great opportunity for people to mingle and to commemorate an event. I remember driving the school bus in the 70s, and I remember the activities that went on in the evenings for school activities. I remember people being so excited. I remember the kids getting on the bus, including Sam. I remember it was a center for activity in the community. And and now I see that place as a great place to have classes. I know that if we have classrooms that are available for people to teach classes, to have group meetings, I'm sure I feel that the classrooms would be well used, and the gym is such a good place for the community to be able to do sports activities, to have bagpipes come in and play, to have, what am I trying to think? Yeah, tournaments, pickleball tournaments, or so basically you got the idea of what I'm saying, and that is, I really think if the gym could be refurbished and the classrooms, I think the community and the tribe would really put it to good use. So I'm really supporting keeping it. I remember, just to summarize, I'm 76, so I remember it being used throughout my life. And I don't know why the community would be that different. So that's my 2 cents. And it's good seeing you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Richard.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'd like to speak about the school for a moment.
Okay.
And I think it's obvious that the voters of Cannon Beach decided that the project that was proposed was not going to go forward. I see a very lack of any leadership or consensus about the road forward at this point. And my recommendation would be to just pull back on this thing, appoint a committee of 8 or 10 community members, come up with some plan that maybe everybody can agree on, and hold a couple of meetings, maybe at the chamber or at the theater, and decide if there's a consensus within town, what we really want, what's the budget going to be, and then also think strongly about a local architect and local builders. I think we've spent a ton of money on these guys. I don't have anything against them, but I think there's a lot of local talent that might go a long ways and do it a lot cheaper than what we're looking at here. We know that Yachats has built a library for about $300 a square foot. They've built a gym in Napa for considerably cheaper. I think there's lots of alternatives that could be talked about. And I think that first of all, we need a citizens focus group to refocus the project and see where it all heads. I have no concrete idea. I just think it needs to be done and rediscussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on Zoom?
Yeah, Deb, to you.
Okay, Deb?
I wasn't prepared to speak, but I wanted to say that I'm speaking in support of the Clatsop Nehalem tribe and the land their ancestors lived on. So I support them 100% and to fulfill their dreams. And I feel, well, it's very sad for me. So it's hard for me to speak about because I don't understand. Anyway, I support them. And I also support what Betty and Mary Beth said and what Dick Bash said, what Todd said. So, you know, I think we should, even if we do this in phases or whatever we have to do, it should be fulfilled. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, Susan Blair.
Okay, Susan?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My comments have to do with the school as well. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. For many reasons, I would like to see both buildings kept, if at all possible. I also think that Sam should be honored in some way by naming one of the buildings, or whichever building gets kept, the Sam Steidel Memorial Building. This doesn't seem to have been really considered, at least at the meetings I've attended. He was a passionate advocate for keeping and restoring the buildings. And I think this is the least the city could do to honor his many years of dedication to the city of Cannon Beach. And that's my comment for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, one last time for the audience. Tim?
A quick comment, Tim Raby, PO Box 49, Cannon Beach. A lot of different perspectives offered here tonight. Form a citizens committee. We did that. At the end of the day, this is why I think we elect people. Because this is a hard decision, takes hundreds of hours. You all have spent hundreds of hours on it. I've spent hundreds of hours on it. And I know you spent a multiple of what I've spent. It's never going to happen by consensus because there's a thought that, oh, well, Cannon Beach Together had 60% of the vote. And so let's just give them whatever they want. But then I'm going to vote no, because
I'm probably not gonna like what they come up with, and there'll be other people who vote no. So at the end of the day, I think this is why we elect people to represent us and our best, our brightest, our most dedicated. And I think that's who the 5 of you are. With regard to the question of naming something after Sam, beloved as he is, we have to remember that he opposed this project. So let's keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience?
Is it okay to speak again?
Yeah, go ahead. If you start a trend, you're in trouble.
I'll be very sorry. I had a thought after I sat down, and that is, I put my other hat on as the gym is also a very big space. That will be a wonderful shelter if we had another 2007 type event where people's electricity, their warmth, their ability to stay in their house was hampered. They could shelter in that and have generators keep it warm, have food that was warm, have a place to be safe. And so I just want to put that out there as well.
Okay, thank
It
you.
would be a wonderful place.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I remember,
Come on up.
okay, I'll be back. I remember a couple weeks in this discussion, there was a mention of the cap of people that would be allowed on that space, no matter what we built there. I don't remember what the number was, but it was
299.
299. So, I just wanted to put that in people's minds about as a shelter, as a concert space, as any type of massive gathering space, it has safety limits. And so when we're talking these big grand ideas, there is a cap that we already have. So some of those grand ideas have a limitation already built in. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thanks. Thanks to everyone. Clear as mud. Okay, next we have the Elk Creek Terrace utility discussion. No, we don't. We have the canopy. I'm sorry.
We haven't even started the conversation. But you're right, it's clear as mud.
Okay, because all of a sudden I thought they gotta move because these other people are coming up. Okay, here we go. Rewind. Okay, let's discuss the Cannon Beach Elementary proposals that we have in front of us.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
Quick. A couple of people, Susan and Tim specifically, brought up Sam and both different views. And I don't think that we should politicize Sam in any way. And I would be very grateful if we could respectfully let our community grieve the loss of the family and take the time so we can all come together if and when there's a time for that.
Thank you. Very well put. Okay. Now, what item are we on?
One.
Okay, thank you. Used to be good with numbers. Okay. So Bruce, you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. As background, February 18th meeting, the city council directed staff and our consultants to prepare 3 Cannon Beach Elementary configurations for consideration. The 4th option was developed as a result of the internal staff discussions regarding the assignment to develop the original 3 options. The report contains 4 options for your review. They are option 1, demolish all existing buildings, construct 1 new building. Option 2, demolish existing classroom building, renovate existing gym building. Option 3, demolish existing gym building, renovate existing classroom building. Option 4, renovate existing gym building, leave existing classroom buildings as is. And a cost a cost breakdown for each one of those options is included in the materials. For analysis and information, the council requested these options during a discussion regarding what options were available after passing of the referral regarding Cannon Beach Elementary on November 5th, 2024. Recommendation that the council consider these options to determine if there's a suitable scenario for moving forward with the Cannon Beach Elementary project. And we have Ben Carlson here. He's done, he and David have done most of the work trying to lay out those options for you.
Thanks everyone for having us back. We're surprised we're back so soon, but we wanted to make sure to respond to the request to put together these 4 options. I feel like I should clarify before we jump in, we're not advocating one option or the other. We're just responding to the request for information to provide you the information that you need to make an informed decision moving forward. So I will jump right into it because it sounds like you have a packed meeting tonight. So we'll walk through options 1 through 4. I'll start with option 1, which was, as Bruce said, demolish the existing buildings and construct 1 new building. We were tasked at the last meeting with working with a $5.6 million budget. So we wanted to work backwards from that point, show what size of a new building could be built for that $5.6 million total project budget. There's 2 columns in the approximate range of anticipated costs, the low side and the high side. In both of those columns, the first action was to back out a 10% owner contingency to be carried moving into the project, which left an available project budget of $5,040,000. We worked with our colleagues at CEDA to develop the soft cost budget, and you can see in the low and high side, those range from different percentages where 4 to 5% for jurisdictional testing and light FF&E, 9 to 12% for A&E fees, and an estimated contingency for the soft costs of 3%. We then had these hard costs to work with, which we had been using the same numbers that we'd been using before, which were 275 to 325 range to demolish the buildings, another 175 to 200 to demolish the foundations and then regrade everything. And then there's approximately $1 million line item for site and infrastructure improvements, which includes the Half Street improvement to Beaver Street, the utility improvements, and those types of things that are required to bring the buildings to a code standard. So that left a budget of 2.894 to 2.675 for construction. So using a baseline light municipal building cost of $850 to $1,000 per square foot, for $5.6 million, you could build a 3,400 to 2,700 square foot building approximately. So that was the task, to start with that 5.6 million, work backwards to what size building. Any questions on that one before we move on?
I'd just like to say something, Ben. To give you an idea of what from a size standpoint, from that wall to pretty much the wall where the screen is there is 1,000 square feet.
Any other questions or comments, or should we?
Is this this particular option is the fully furnished, has essentially base stuff, but has carpeting, it has all the finished floors and all that stuff that wasn't included in the.
At this point, we're assuming this is, I would call it kind of the baseline plush. So the initial version looked at the full project as imagined. Then there was the reduced baseline cost. This is probably somewhere in between, but really we're working with historical costs for municipal buildings. And so we can't ask how many marker boards and tack boards and stuff there are. We can't answer that yet, but this gives you an anticipated range of where those costs should be for this type of building.
Okay, so this wouldn't just be a 2,600 to 3,400 square foot box. This would be an architecturally designed thing that has finishes inside and is a usable building, not just a box code. Okay.
Yeah, that's the intent, yes. And in the soft costs, you'll see there's light FF&E called out, which are fixtures, furnishings, and equipment. Did I get that right? Yeah. And so it would have some amount of those furnishings that are in there too. So what exactly those cost per square foot's unpacked to, that's part of what the future exercises would be beyond this.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just following up. Eric's questioning. You just said it does include some fixtures, and equipment. Some basic fixtures and equipment at least. And site improvements, anything as far as park improvements?
It's basically what we used to develop that $1 million was analyzing the last estimate that was done, which was the baseline, again, I'll call it plus, it didn't extend out to the whole park doing all the outbuildings. So it's still some in between zone of what that would be. So it's somewhere between the baseline and the full building.
And could you just remind us again how many square feet the gym is now?
The gym is 7,400-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have it exactly in the next slide, so I can share that with you.
Okay, good.
Another number that I was looking at was like average size of a classroom, which would probably be like 900 to 1,000. Does that sound reasonable? So it's like, okay, that's like 2 of the classroom spaces and a little bit more, if you're familiar with the classroom wing. But not, I can't remember now, it's 3,400, the classroom wing as it sits?
No, it's closer to 5,000.
Okay. All right.
Right about the-
That's more like half the size of, if we're looking at the high end especially.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I'll walk everyone through option 2 now, which was demolishing the existing classroom building and renovating the existing gym building. This is again presented in 2 columns as the low side and high side. In this scenario, we are again budgeting collectively for a 10% owner contingency, which would be in both of the low and the high side options. Combination of the hard costs and soft costs would be 6.3, call it, to 7.45. For a total project cost of 6.9 million to 8.2 million, and for demolishing the existing classroom building and renovating the existing gym. Without maybe believing every point on here, the soft costs are structured the same as the other scenario as far as what the percentages are. In this scenario, this last section is what we call construction hard costs. So those are what's all related to the actual construction. So the first item is demolishing the existing classroom building, and that had a range of 206 to 243,000. And demolishing existing slabs and foundations was 131 to 150, carrying the same $1 million for the site and infrastructure and street improvements. We used a more modest cost per square foot of 550 to 650 to renovate the building. And in this case, the gym is 7,415 square feet, which yielded the hard costs here. And so hard costs plus soft costs plus the contingency equals, in this case, the 6.9 or the 8.2. Should give you an idea of the range of what that scenario would look like. Any questions on that one?
Okay, so any like the acoustical paneling, that kind of thing, is that included in this or is that extra?
I would anticipate that probably would be included. Again, we're dealing, we zoomed way back up in the process here to try to kind of look at what project direction would be. That is something we'd be working with our partners at CETA. I would anticipate that this does include some portion of that, yes. But
And the new floor and that kind of thing.
it's very high level at this point. I don't have a specific answer because there's no like 1,000-line estimate behind this. This is based on historical data of a similar size. I'll tentatively say yes, but we'll want to study those costs in more detail.
But that may not be a gym floor. Is that, you kind of hedging your bets there?
I honestly, I'm having trouble answering that because we're way back up at this point. So we were down at the microscopic estimating level and now we're back up higher, trying to look at what different options are for moving forward.
And what we were looking at prior was restroom facilities in there, a kitchen space in there, a removal of the mezzanine on the north wall. Where would those things be in this?
Those I would anticipate would be included in this scenario. We again don't know what the new window configuration would be. Some of the fenestration was response to the other building, and so we can't answer where that level of specificity would be right now, but I would anticipate that it's a full envelope rehabilitation for the project.
So there would be some a new window structure. Whereas when we looked at just bringing two buildings up to code, sounded like to me a patch and paint kind of thing, where it was like whatever window was there gets patched up.
That was the
It's a new
direction.
window put in place.
So
But this one, you may be talking about.
this would be a more architectural solution, more in keeping with some of the earlier design work.
But still mainly an open gym, just the exception of those things that we had called out before.
Switching to the next slide, option 3, we're asked to look at demolishing the existing gym building and renovating the existing classroom building. Similar scenario to the slide we just looked at with the low side, high side. In this scenario, after working to the cost here, it would be $5.1 to $6 million, call it, to demolish the gym building and renovate the existing classroom building. The classroom design would be similar to what the original visioning and scope was for that classroom facility. Okay, and so those were the 3 that we were tasked to look at. In our view with city staff and our colleagues at CETA, we did identify a 4th substantially different scheme, which was the operative phrase, I believe there. The option 4 would be renovating the existing gym building and leaving the existing classroom building as is. So very similar to option 2 that we just looked at, renovating the existing gym building renovating existing gym building and removing the classroom building. This would be renovating the existing gym building and leaving the classroom building as is. So roughly it's about $500,000 less than what option 2 was. In this option 4 scenario, it's call it 6.5 million to 7.7 rounding up, low side, high side.
And that would leave us with a classroom wing that you could not.
Correct.
Have public events in.
It
would be for potential future.
It would be leaving the classrooms as they stand today. Yes.
And they're viable the way they are now with the roofing and the siding, or?
That's part of the reason why we chose that building to remain as the one that isn't currently used, but it can sit out there for a longer period of time while you decide what the best use and how it can best serve the community.
Whereas if we just sat with the gym building right now, that thing's gonna be deteriorating.
That's right.
Significantly.
So those are the 4 options that we talked through. Any questions or comments on any of those? Hopefully this was useful information and responded to the request for this.
Definitely did. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it gives us a realistic view of where we're at. But just to recap, bring both buildings up to code, where we're saving both buildings, bringing them up to code minimally, seismically, but no improvements. It's kind of that patch and paint scenario. That was it high end 9.9 million?
I think it was right around 9, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right over, call it 9 for that scenario.
Okay.
And that would be project cost, which is soft cost contingency and hard cost combined.
And how about inflationary costs? Can you predict the future on that? If we spend another year in a public process and deciding what's happening?
So that's actually a great question. Thank you for bringing it up. So these scenarios are priced in today's dollars, call it. And so what that means is, this is what we would anticipate today. If the project is 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 18, we don't know right now, right? We would need to budget on top of that, but this is where we'd be looking from guidance from council about when the anticipated construction would be. Historically, in the project budgeting for this project, we've been carrying 0.5% per month for inflation, which is dependent on what the value is. So it's hard to quote a dollar figure to that, but
25% tariffs maybe on some of the materials. So,
I would say one of the more positive things for your project here is some of the materials are less susceptible. Not a huge amount of steel or aluminum in the project. It's not a structural steel building, for example. And I would anticipate most of the wood products are sourced domestically, most likely anyway. Did I stop sharing?
Sure.
Okay. But we're here if you have any questions or comments, anything we can do to help with this process, but hopefully this is responding to the information that you needed. Hopefully gives you a good baseline to help make these decisions moving forward.
Thank you for your quick response.
yeah, that's great.
Yep. Okay, anybody want to pose the next step?
So we heard from a number of people today, and I sent the email to Jen, to the rest of us, it was kind of echoing that same exact thing that we just heard today, of getting this information into some sort of survey. I don't know what the exact questioning would be, but which one of these options looks like it's something you want to do? Are any of these options even palatable? Does the community have a appetite to continue pushing this project forward at a pace that's get it done right now sort of thing? Like those sorts of questions to get those answers and getting that out there. I don't know if we would send it out through the potentially revived community bulletin.
Yes, could be.
Coming up, getting it as a physical survey sent out with the water bills, or maybe just sent out to all the voters and within Cannon Beach, whatever address they have on file.
And how you pay for it.
Basically come up with this list of questions that has this information that we've got in front of us, this plus all 5 options, essentially, basically these 4 options plus that. The 5th one, the original one that was presented, baseline code thing, and see what the appetite in the community is for this. And if the community wants us spending a lot of time meetings figuring this out right now, or if we need to be focusing, like was also said tonight, on the 3 major projects that are going on, the City Hall, police station, and water infrastructure projects that are already massive projects that are going on in the community.
Yeah. Bruce, historically, this is a tough question, so I don't know if you can answer it right now, but historically, when surveys have been done, what is the percentage of response usually to a survey?
I've never been involved with a survey as complex as this one probably would be. So I don't know what kind of a return you'd have on it. And by complex, you're talking about different cost comparisons.
Potentially, and not just, I don't think a single survey would be the be all end all. There was a suggestion of reviving the group that was this what do they call it? The Citizens Committee that was
The Cannon Beach rejuvenation.
Yeah, that committee to solicit the public outreach. So for that group to then hold public outreach events, and we could attend via whatever it is to get that information from the community. That way it doesn't have to be a city council meeting that's held here and is taking up city council meeting time. It's split off into that other thing to get some of that information to figure out that appetite. Because it was big numbers. This is still big numbers. Is the community interested in this? And it's a big project. No matter which option we go with, it's a large project.
So would you suggest that committee hold those public meetings before a survey was even done to get out information about the different proposals?
That could be a good idea, because it's like Bruce was starting to say, and then I cut him off. There's five options. Like that's gonna be hard to get that information across in a written survey succinctly. That's not gonna bias it one way or the other too terribly.
Well, there's 5 options for, do we save a building? Do we not save a building? There's many more options in what the facility actually is, and then there's many more options about what the funding looks like. So I mean, it's reasonably complicated. Like, people want to make a community center. Great. It's, you know, how many millions to save the gymnasium? And, you know, the first question is, you know, do we want to raise a general obligation bond to pay for that if it's not a tourism facility? I mean, I think we need to go into this, you know, from the start, being clear with people about the funding. You know, is the city supposed to find some money somewhere to do that? Obviously, the tourism funds couldn't be used for a community center. So it's a complicated kind of survey to get across, I think.
One thing I don't understand, and I'd like to understand, maybe Bruce or, you know, our financial wizard back there can answer this. If it was to be a community center, let's just take one of these options, like saving the gym, you know, if that was to be, and, you know, leaving the classrooms, that was one of the less expensive by $500,000. But let's say that was people wanted that and they wanted it for the community. Where would that money come from? Would you have to raise a general obligation bond, or would you, you know, in other words, a taxpayer pays for it? Is there any other kind of financing we could get where we could pay it back from the 30% of the you know, of the TLT money that's available? I mean, how would something like that get paid for? If it was to be a community center for that, oh, here we go. For that kind of money.
He is here.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him here. That's why.
I'm joking.
You're working on this answer already, right?
Yes. So again, it really depends on the usage. So what we land on would be one. 2, similar to what we did with this last bond, it was going to be a full faith and credit. What we were doing was we were given the credit of the tourism taxes, but you could do a mixture of the tourism taxes and general fund dollars. Also, it's the new measure, the measure that is up in May, it's a debt limit. It's not a spending limit, right? So you could use some fund balance money if you wish to. So there's a lot of different options as we would settle or kind of conceptually determine what the usage of the building was. Then we could figure out where the funding sources were. The one issue with a general obligation bond here in Cannon Beach is, while the houses are very expensive, the assessed value is not really that big. So to generate enough funds to be able to do a GO bond to pay for just the community center itself, say it's not any tourism at all, then you're going to have to raise the property tax to an individual fairly significant.
Oh, and you really, so if we were.
Yeah, so right now, all of Cannon Beach generates about $780,000 in property taxes, and that was on 79 cents. So in theory, the bond size that we were looking at, 9 million, it would take all of that. So you would basically have to double the property tax rate at that rate, right? At the higher, like $9 million.
Okay, but what if we did let's just say we did the option number 5 and demolish. No, I don't mean 5. I mean, the one where 4, where you demolish nothing, but you just refurbish the gym, which was, how much was that again?
7.6 six on the
Seven-
high end.
7 point something million. Then you would, okay, let's just say that was the thing people wanted and they wanted it to be for the community. Okay, so that would require a property tax hike.
If you were going to do it again, I'm at a finance officers conference up in Seaside, and I did a bond presentation with a financial advisor. And the financial advisor's PowerPoint had about 10 slides of information, about 18 slides of disclaimers. That's pretty much the way I would have to speak to it here. And again, it wouldn't have to be necessarily all general obligation bond. It could be some general obligation bond. It could be some full faith and credit, both from current revenues that you receive in the general fund. So for instance, the 30%, or where we have discussed paying for some items like HRAP, et cetera, which would essentially backfill general fund that is now available for spending. So you could use funds like that. So it could be a mixture of those funds. Again, it's determined based on amount, use, and then priorities. Because if we do that, then there's not a lot for us left over to be able to do other projects that you wanted to do, whatever that will be. So.
Okay, all right.
Well, it's not like the 30% that we're talking about from the last lodging tax increase. It's not like that's just sitting there as a pile of cash.
No, it goes, when dollars go into the general fund, we don't desegregate them, right? We don't, or segregate them. It goes into the general fund. All funds in the general fund can essentially be used for any discretionary thing that the council wishes to, right? So, yeah, so we don't just have a 30%. We show the income just because people like that information, but we don't hold it in a specific account. It just goes into the general fund, and then those funds are all available for use.
So if we kept the gym and, very hypothetical, had a certain amounts of time set aside for tourist-like events there, tribal things, just different things that people could do. Is there, and you probably don't have, you might not even have the answer to this question, but is there a way that with the TLT funds that you can actually, if you have a promise or something of this many tourist events will happen in this space annually, can you use those funds?
I think the general answer would be yes, but it would really determine on what the split was and what kind of the promise was. Because again, what typically would happen in that case is if we use the tourism funds and it doesn't meet that, then, somebody from Orla or someplace else may take issue with that, and then we go from there. So it really is, as a hypothetical, yes, but it really would determine on the details and how you would, and you probably have to have some commitment.
I also don't know why now having a tourist facility with big events and no parking is suddenly going to be acceptable.
I didn't say that. I just asked.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But now it's not just you, like I'm hearing, people saying we want to have events there, and it's like, okay, now all of a sudden that's.
Well, I was trying
something
not
we
to
can
use the
accommodate.
E word.
Okay.
I was really trying, and I could, with lack of a better word in my head. So if there was thank you, Tim. That answered my question.
And, there's no magic number or percentage. It's the facility has the substantial purpose of accommodating tourist activities is the language of the law. So a substantial purpose.
Any other questions for the wizard?
Well,
I feel like I bring you bad news all the time.
no, no.
Really, really sorry.
it's not bad. It's just there's no, we don't have, there's no way for you to give us any exact numbers. You can't. And so, we're still sort of left wondering, well, if we chose this option, how would it be paid for and how, and I think, and to me, I guess I'm having a hard time picturing how a survey could possibly cover all those permutations. I don't see how that would work.
I agree with Eric, and I think this conversation about funding is, let's find out what the community wants first. Truly give them options, dim it down as much as we can. A lot of information in a small amount of space. And then we come back and see what the general consensus is, and then we can have a better conversation about how to proceed.
Except the general consensus, without knowing how it's going to be funded, is not going to be of any use whatsoever. Because if people say, oh, I want a community center, I really want a community center, and then we come back and tell them, well, yeah, your property taxes will have to be raised, then all of a sudden they're not going to want a community center. So if you have to include all those possibilities in a survey, it's going to be an incredible survey. I mean, I don't see how it could be fashioned. But I'm not saying not to do it. I'm just saying I just don't see
If
how
our,
it could cover all that.
if our public comment is any indication of consensus, we've got save both buildings, but bring them up to code for the community. We've got demolish both buildings and make it a park. We've got save the educational component for the tribe and for a nature center. We've got keep the gymnasium for performances. We are,
And then council's accused of sitting here and not doing anything. Well, that's part of the problem. We don't know what the community wants. And we thought we did, and we were wrong. So now, how do we, is a survey the way to do it? At community meetings, I mean, at least this meeting, quite a few people spoke, which was nice. You at least got some kind of feedback, but still, that isn't going to satisfy everybody because they'll say that they didn't hear about it, they didn't know about it, they couldn't attend, they didn't feel comfortable speaking, blah, blah, blah. So we still are left without an answer. And
to go back to your question to Bruce about surveys, in my past, I've found that usually when you do a survey, you get about a 10 to 12% response. Yeah, so your response is going to be small. And I think that that's probably what happened even when we had the community meetings, right? We got buy-in, but it was a small response.
right. Yeah, we had a survey before in the very beginning of this process. There was a survey, but it didn't have a huge response.
It didn't, and it wasn't,
Andrew, I do see your hand up. So go, put it down.
On the
Yeah.
city website, 41% of the people responded to the 2017 citizen survey. That's the number that they got. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you. I hope your hand's okay.
What citizen survey?
Oh, you're talking the CETA one? No,
2017 citizen survey.
About what?
Life?
What people wanted to see in the community.
It was all.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing it.
2017 citizen survey.
Was what?
It went out to every mailbox, every PO box, to every, I don't think it went to Tolavana, and it was just a general.
It didn't go to Tolavana.
Direction.
Yeah.
And it was 40%.
41% responded to that.
41% responded.
Excluding Tolavana.
Right. Which will never happen again. I do see Ashley's hand up. Good evening, Ashley.
Good evening, Council. Ashley Driscoll, City Attorney's Office. I do have a comment. I'm not sure now is the appropriate time, but since I'm speaking, I'll head right into it. So there is a bill that has been introduced at the short legislative session. It's House Bill 3556. And this bill seeks to amend our favorite chapter of the ORS, which is ORS 320, that goes over the transient lodging tax. This bill proposes to expand how communities can use the transient lodging tax. That would greatly impact the city of Cannon Beach and may help us solve this problem. And what it does is it expands the use of the restricted portion of the funds to include both public safety and community infrastructure, including the financing, construction, operation, and maintenance of infrastructure. I only bring this up now because, again, I think this would impact Cannon Beach significantly, and maybe even this project. I try not to get my hopes up too much regarding these TLT bills because I always get my heart broken when they don't move anywhere. But I've been told that this one has legs. So if any member of the Cannon Beach City Council would like to get involved in advocacy for this bill, I think it would be very appropriate. And that's all I had to add to this part of the conversation.
And I would like to disclose that the Coastal Mayor Caucus is very much involved with promoting it, and I am very much in favor of it.
I am too, and I will remain hopeful.
And Ashley, what did you say was going to be included other than the tourist marketing and tourist facility? You said public safety and something else?
Safety and community infrastructure. And community infrastructure means facilities for water, wastewater, transportation, recreation, including but not limited to parks, trails, and tourism access points and public amenities, including but not limited to public parking and public restrooms.
But recreation, and that is, the recreation was, and that was for community recreation.
Right.
So that's really good news, and that would really impact this.
Right. I will caution again, first of all, this is a bill that has only been introduced, and I have, I wasn't even tracking this one, because I've seen this one before, there's a lot of advocacy about the TLT funds. I think particularly because of Cannon Beach and communities such as you that have such a significant impact by tourism and how restrictive the TLT currently is. So the language of this bill could be amended through the process. It could not move through the process, but it would certainly help if the folks who are impacted the most by this issue got involved at the statewide level. It sounds like Mayor, you and the group of mayors out there already know about this. But again, it will greatly impact how the city of Cannon Beach is allowed to use one of your most significant revenue sources.
Correct.
And that will, Ashley, that session is out in June, correct? So we'll have an answer by the end of June.
No, this is a short legislative session. It does appear that it is still moving.
It's the long one.
It's a long.
It's odd year.
It's a long one.
It's long.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. So I will research when the closes and I will come back to you.
Thank you. I think it is June.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashley.
Well, see, that changes the way this looks as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, the possibilities become greater,
Right.
for
A community.
saving the gym, for example, as a community center. It's much more doable if that were to pass and we could use a significant amount of TLT funds. It was a 50% they're saying no, or no, it wouldn't matter because it's for community infrastructure, which includes recreation.
Yeah, but one of the components of the bill is to go 50-50.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, even without the 50-50, it's still, this is a recreational community infrastructure.
And
But
part
as
of
far
the
as-
bill could go and part of it could not, right? So,
But as far as existing funds, I mean, we're budgeted. So there could be some offsetting, as you were saying, some things that are covered now that we could free up and.
Right. There's stuff that is currently under the law that we have legal opinions that we can use now. The public safety would be another one. So if you can use the 50% for public safety, also the TLT, right? We have a police budget, so you could help backfill that. So which would give you again more flexibility
Right.
inside the general fund. So that will give you a lot of options. I do agree with Ashley. Being from Metro, I've had my heart broken in this before, but yes.
Well, in my experience in the tourism industry, I would be very skeptical as well. That especially anything that is too generic infrastructure is probably.
But again, even if you, like in this case, even if we had a difficult time meeting the public infrastructure with the facility, if you backfilled the police.
Right.
Right, that alone would free up a lot of general fund money for you to be able to.
Public safety kind of makes sense to me, and the water infrastructure, I mean, those are two things that, you know, the reason we have as much public safety as we do, and the reason we have the water system that we do is because of our transient population.
Well, the water system is paid for by all of the structures, all the bills and all that stuff. So it's already paid for by in that sense.
You're right. Then there's always the argument that
the public safety
it's already being paid for, and especially by those portions of the lodging tax before the bill passed, that 100% is going to the general fund.
I think we're getting away from
getting away from this discussion. Yeah.
Well, first off, I don't want to wait till June, till the legislature is over to start getting community input as to what they want. And
Mayor?
so, yes.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. It is a June end date of the legislative cycle, and I would say the exact same thing. I was thinking it was a short session, but of course it's not. So that means that we could not know what the future of this bill is until months from now.
So, as a member of the committee that met and worked out all those hours of meetings, are you willing to get back on the horse?
But to do what?
To come up with a survey.
Oh, you still like the survey idea?
Well, I don't know how else.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering if 41% to me is not a good return, because that's that, that leaves 60% who aren't responding. And there we go. That was, 60% voted down. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I
But
mean,
in terms of a survey, 41%, it's.
no, I know it is, but it is for a survey, but it doesn't answer the question of what the majority of the community wants. It doesn't, and I suppose you could say, well, if you don't answer the survey, it's your tough luck. I guess you could take that attitude, and that, that's legitimate too. So.
Well, I feel like we were also elected to lead. And what we think is the right thing for the community. So I would think a 40% return would be a pretty good indication. But my concern is that surveys are tough. It's tough to design a survey that actually gets you, the kind of response that leads to actionable information. And so it's above my pay grade, I know, to design that kind of a survey. When it comes down to funding and use. So I'm kind of at a loss to know where to start with that.
It almost seems like it would take a professional to design a survey that would really cover all those different aspects, including the funding. And then that costs money. So do you want to spend the money on a survey? And how much does it cost to do a survey like that? I have no idea.
I don't know if you're asking me a question. Yes, I would love to.
I was asking a question. Yes.
Something to move this forward.
We can't just, yeah.
But I don't know what that looks like. And again, I'm saying I'm way over my head as far as designing a survey that would get us all the information we need. But I would do whatever I can do.
Dustin?
I just wanted to offer up another data point of information for you. I kind of see, the work that we brought to you today as being just data points. And the last information that we brought, with our baseline option, data points. And hopefully over time, you get the data that you need to be able to interpolate specific ideas that we haven't presented on. And I think, with the 5 options that we have out there, plus the one that got voted down, you have 6 really good data points of information there to be able to start interpolating from. But with that, as far as public participation goes, I just wanted to let you know the extensive programming process that we went through for this project a couple of years ago. We had 3 different community outreach events that were designed to be held throughout different days of the week, different times of day, different venues, different formats, to try to draw as many people as possible to these. And the public participation, and this includes surveys for folks who weren't able to attend. And if you add those 3 community outreach events, and we're having to go through the data and eliminate people who we've already counted to try to get it down to an actual number of people, it's about 150.
Oh, about 10% of the community.
Right. And that was a substantial effort in that format to get 10% participation.
So there was some issues that I noticed with the previous survey. A lot of the stuff was sent digitally. I guess it sent out electronically emails, or the survey was available on city website, or but it wasn't a fillable form. And so there was a barrier to participation for that I saw a number of different people in the community that I had to go through and print it and bring it to them and then bring it down. That created a bias towards people that were like, I'm not going to print that. It basically put another barrier of participation in there that if we can go forward, something I'd like to see that barrier eliminated.
Right.
So we're not getting that sort of lack of information.
Well, I think you always have to have the option too of people that want to do it by paper, that they have a place, they can come to City Hall and get the paper and do the survey.
One thing that I think that if going forward, we put the group together, I do feel that someone or a few people from the PAC would be very beneficial to help put together this information and be able to help distribute it.
From the what?
From Cannon Beach Together. Yeah. So it's a diverse group.
If you sent out a survey with the water bill, how much more diverse can you get?
Well, I don't get a water bill because I rent. And so the owner of the home gets the water bill.
Okay, not just a water bill, but any, if you sent out the survey to the whole community, that's about as diverse as you need to be.
I'm talking about the group itself that's going to be putting together the survey. The more buy-in you have from both sides because unfortunately there was a division. I honestly feel that the more buy-in you have from both sides, the better you are going to be able to sell the survey and the project.
Well, I think that I can't think of anybody I know in this community who who has the know-how to do a survey this complex and make it work. It would seem to me it would have to be somebody who's a professional in that field. I just can't see it unless you know of somebody. I mean, it's really complicated.
Yeah, I'm curious how much that would, what that would actually cost.
I'd love to know that.
It's spending money on the front end to not spend a bunch of money in the back end or move forward with the project.
Do you,
whichever.
is there anybody
Jennifer from CETA had her hand up too.
Oh. Hi, Jennifer. You have our answer?
I don't have your answer. But ironically, today I was working for market analysis stuff for a different property. And I do have some names that I could reach out to that they look to, and I was just looking at as you guys were talking, they do look to provide surveys. So they do analysis, feasibility analysis, basically is their bailiwick. And so if they I can reach out to them and see if they do this type of survey and analysis, and that can be provided back to you. I did get 3 names today of recommendations for this other project.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, I'd love to know what that cost. I have no idea.
I'm happy to reach out and maybe work with the city just to define some kind of scope, and I'll double check that they do it and then define a scope, and then at least we would know what the scope versus pay is, and then we could decide if we needed a different scope, but at least that would give you some idea.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if there was any kind of consensus here tonight, it was save both buildings. And of course, that's $9 million under the patch and paint scenario. And it just feels to me like we're headed down the same path of if 9.9 million, 8.9, I don't remember what it was. Just to get them so the public can enter them. And the public rejected a 12.4 million that accomplished all of the things that we've been looking at. It's such a small window in there to make things work. I just don't know.
Well, I would push back a little bit on the first part of that statement. I don't think there was a consensus of safe both buildings in
Yeah, I don't
the
either.
public comments. There was equal portions of, if you're just that specific bullet point by itself, there's equal portions, tonight's comments, yeah. Equal portions of save just the gym versus save both buildings. And then there was a couple other iterations mixed throughout, but it just purely based on numbers. I wouldn't say there would be a consensus of one decision over the other.
What I heard was, if anything, people were more concerned with saving the gym than anything else. That's how I interpreted what I heard.
I think that's true, but in my notes, I've got probably 5 or 6 saying save both buildings.
Tonight?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. I just felt that it was the gym was the primary focus because that's a gathering place for people. It's a place where there can be choir concerts. It's a place more than any of the other. I mean, some people want to save both. I got that, but I didn't get the patch and paint feeling at all, because that's really expensive and you don't get much for it. You don't get a very usable building. So I don't know. I mean, that's how I might be interpreting it all wrong. That's just what I heard. The gym was people's primary desire to save if you're going to save something.
And you can do a lot of things with an open space, right, to make it smaller when it's not being used for. And if we went back to a conversation that we, 3 of us kind of had at one of the last meetings, in the initial surveys, the overwhelming response was people wanted to play pickleball. Well, that says gym. Right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so if we're then we're back to a recreation space or a community event space, which is general fund dollars. And I think when they're asked the question, should this city spend $8 million, for a pickleball gym, that I can't imagine the support is going to be there.
I think it depends on how it's funded. I mean, if it turns out that we can't, that we can fund it through TLT dollars, I think there'd be a lot more as a recreation. If that were to, let's say the proposal passed. See, I think it's going to pass. I do.
It's eternal and that's.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I also thought that, you know,
Okay.
never mind. So, so if it does pass, then we have a really clear path to doing that. I think, because it's.
If we
Yes.
raise TLT
No.
or just
No.
offset?
No, because it would be a recreational community recreational facility. And the gym fits right under that rubric. You know, but that's, you know, that's a big if,
Yeah, it is.
but it's kind of hopeful a little bit.
Okay, so we need to move on to other topics on our agenda. So Jennifer's offered to get us some feasibility marketing amounts of how much it would cost to put out a survey. And
Yep.
yeah, Jennifer's gonna do that. And we ready to move on?
Can I ask one more question about the gym? Do you see any, well, I don't know, any opportunities to save the gym and have it be a multi-use space, or is it pretty much a gym or?
No, a multi-use space. That's what people were talking.
I think he was asking.
Oh, I think.
Are we just talking from a building code type standpoint, or?
I'm talking feasibility as far as construction goes, or then all of a sudden are we talking about, you know, a much bigger budget? Exhibit space, classroom space.
So what I used to say in this room a lot when we were looking at getting as many being able to accommodate as many different types of uses as possible was to keep it simple, right? And keeping it simple and keeping the amount of walls that you're building, dividing up the space, keeping the amount of mezzanines to a minimum. That all trends towards cost effectiveness, right? You know, the less that you're building within the space, the less the lower it's going to cost. So versatility versus versatility, right? Keep that space open as possible and you can use it for endless scenarios, endless functions.
Could have a craft fair in there.
Yeah.
Easy to put up, so.
Again, you are limited to the 299 inside the building, and that's a function of having to design for tsunami safety. But that is a real threshold that should be considered.
Can I ask you a question? You might not be able to answer this, but in an emergency, let's say like a huge storm event, if you had to use it to shelter people, does that 209, is there any leeway on the 299? Because that's because it's not built up to a level, whatever it is, 5, right?
That's right.
Okay, so, and if you're having a storm event that is not the same as needing a level 5 for a tsunami or an earthquake. So I wonder in an emergency if that gets relaxed. In other words, if you have a huge storm, you know, in this with 130 mile an hour sustained winds, can you relax that 299 and let people shelter? And I would expect you could.
This building, the gym structure, or any existing building on that site will never be considered an emergency shelter.
Okay.
What we had planned on, and that's why we have a large generator planned into it, was it would be a warming center.
Okay.
Now there's, but, you know.
Not meant to house the entire community, but.
Proportion.
Yeah.
You come in for a half hour, get warm, and you get shoved out the door and the next group comes in.
Can I jump in here a little bit? In an emergency event, the fire marshal and the building official can offer waivers for a period of time. Whether they would or not, that's not something I can speak to, but I know if you look at like the housing homeless, they open warming shelters in places that weren't necessarily made for that type of use. So if it's a warming shelter or an overnight shelter, those things a waiver can be requested by the fire marshal and the city official, and then the building official, and that can be determined.
Okay. But isn't that $299 mandated by the state House bill because it's in a tsunami zone?
Yes.
So the fire marshal couldn't come in and say, you can have 700 people in here today because of this.
The fire marshal has that authority.
They do? Okay.
Okay, Ashley?
Yes, just a really quick comment. I'm not sure this is what Councillor Hayes was implying, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that a use such as pickleball could not meet the definition of a tourist-related facility. I think the devil's in the details. People love pickleball, and I think it depends on who's your target audience and is a substantial purpose of supporting tourism. So if those pickleball courts were advertised in Portland and were provided as an amenity for tourists visiting in the off season, I think we can make an argument that that would fit the definition.
We could fit 3 in the gym.
What?
Oh, 3 people. 3 people? What happened there? Okay.
It's very.
I realize it could be. That just sounds like it defeats the purpose of what I'm hearing from the community.
Okay.
They want it for the community, but.
We had a similar conversation years ago about, I believe, some bike trails. So I know that some of the counselors weren't on the council at that time. So, all right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Okay, we ready to move on?
Please.
I'm gonna run to the
Okay,
washroom.
thank you guys very much. We're gonna have a 2-minute break. Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order, and next on the agenda, nobody will correct me if I'm wrong. We have the Elk Creek Terrace utility discussion.
Mayor Knopp and councilors, today with us is Dan Brown, who's the executive director of the CAT group. And as you know, back in December, this group brought us the Elk Creek issue with regards to the water rates. And so Dan and his team have put together a presentation that they're going to walk through and have discussion on. Take it away.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the council. I want to thank the various citizens that spoke up in favor of the project. And I think after listening to portions of the tape, I believe we all want the same thing, right? We want to preserve this. I've handed out some brochures. Part of the questions was who in the world we are. I'll get to more of that as we go through the presentation, kind of explain what right across 3 counties. We got about 150 employees. We've spun off a couple agencies over the years that I think may be more familiar to you. I think Clatsop Community Action is probably more familiar with you. They're actually a subcontractor to us. We run state funds and other funds through to them from the state and federal channels. So I wanted to also state that our purpose is not necessarily to have you solve this problem for us, right? This is a problem that's 30 years in the making, and I'll get a little bit more into that as well as we go through this. But we've kind of got our backs to a wall on this project over the years, and let me run through it. We'll get to that portion. So first of all, one of the questions was when it was constructed. It was constructed in 1994. It's 30 years old now. There's 36 units. There's 36 tenant units and 1 manager unit. So we've got 4 1-bedrooms. I don't need to read all this. You're able to read it yourselves. I presume everybody has a copy of this. Another question you guys had was whether the affordability covenants were done. And James was a little unclear about that. Poor James. He was really, really new and trying to run with this and didn't quite have enough information. And in fact, there's going to be questions that you may answer tonight that I don't have questions. We got 140 different funding sources in the agency. I know enough just to be dangerous on all of them, but the program managers dig into each one and they're the ones that keep us compliant on everything. So James was doing his best. I appreciate you grilling him. It's not the reason he left Community Action Team. We miss him already. He would have been a great person, but he got offered a better job with the VA, and so he moved The last point on the slide, though, the deferred maintenance has been a challenge, and this is where we really have ran into trouble. This was a very, very early tax credit project. And all tax credit projects now, from my understanding, come with a 15-year out clause for the original investor. This was so old that it did not have an out clause. And I really blame it on beautiful Cannon Beach for being the problem, because at the end of the tax credit, the original investor wanted to keep the project. They didn't want us to move ahead, wouldn't allow us to do any rehab, wouldn't put any money into it, but they also wouldn't get out. And the only reason that we could ever consider why they wouldn't do that is once a year, I think somebody flew out to Cannon Beach to visit, to say that they had visited their property, checked that box, and they just didn't have any interest in getting rid of the property. So it's 15 years past its rehab right now, which is the real issue. So right now, we're trying to do everything we can to decide whether we can keep us all a project alive. And that includes turning over all the rocks. And one of those rocks is, Jamie and her team kind of realizing how the water was being built for this particular project. Jamie Lamont is our maintenance supervisor and asset manager for Community Action Team.
Hello.
And she's relatively new as well. Part of the problem that happened in all this, we had an asset manager that had been here through the construction of that property. Shortly after I came on as executive director, she unfortunately walked out of the office one day with some stomach pains and never came back and passed away. And we lost an incredible amount of knowledge with that transition. We've never put all that knowledge back together. So Jamie, we were finally able to find somebody qualified years later, and Jamie's been putting stuff together piece by piece, and we're learning, about where we are on some of the properties. So anyway, a little bit of history there. Next slide. Okay, just a little bit about us, Community Action Team. There is a community action program that covers 99.9% of every single county across the United States. We're the federally recognized community action program for Clatsop, Tillamook, and Columbia County. The map there in the upper right shows all the different community action programs across Oregon. We were founded in 1966. Our primary focus is reducing the extent and negative effects of poverty, increasing family self-reliance, and improving community facilities and affordable housing stock. We do a lot of community projects as well. I actually came through Community Action Team as a result of the two disasters in Vernonia. I managed the flood recovery both times and eventually ended up at Community Action Team as a result of that. We've also managed a lot of community development block grant projects for various municipalities around the 3 counties as well. You can see a list of some of our programs there. I won't go into those, but we do a lot of different things and primarily 3 things. If you look at 3 areas, if you look at the brochure, we're divided into child and family development programs, community investment programs, which is everything that sticks and bricks, and then our human resource, which is senior programs, veterans programs, utility assistance and housing stock and stuff like that. So I can read that part. Since 2019, Elk Creek's utility bills have increased 215%. And again, you guys know as much of that history as I do. It really comes down to when that switch was made, starting to bill us for the 6-inch meter. We did a little bit of background search on that. We were required to put that 6-inch fire hydrant in there as part of the construction in '94. But I don't think we ever billed that 6-inch user till later on. And it wasn't really an issue until those rates were changed in 2020. The meter we've discovered is actually what they call a compound meter. So it's different lines feeding. It's got a 3/4 and a 6-inch. That 6-inch high is, like I said, it was primarily for the hydrant there. Based on the water bills that we've been back and reviewed, it's only ran 200 cubic foot of water through that 6-inch side of that meter since then. But that's the reason we're being charged at the 6-inch rate. Whereas the rest of the facility is all driven off of that 3/4 inch side of that meter. There's some data in that slide as well about average uses and stuff like that. I won't go into the details on that. Another thing that came up in the conversation was mitigation actions. We've done quite a bit to try to reduce our losses, everything we can on our side at this point. Jamie and her team have put in locking hose bibs. We're replacing and, testing faulty facility fixtures. We're doing a leak assessment that was performed by American Leak Detection. We've initiated the Eye on Water program. So, we feel like we're doing everything we can to conserve as much water use as possible on the property.
Can I add something there?
Sure.
This $8,000 water bill came to my attention in November, and I immediately came to the property that next day with my team. We immediately did inspections. We immediately called leak detection. And I was, Karen, I don't think she's here.
No.
Online. Oh, hi, Karen. She referred me to the Eye on Water, which is an excellent resource. Thank you very much. And we have seen significant drop in savings on that part of our mitigation is we did this adjustments and we've reduced our bill and we've been keeping an eye on with the Eye on Water. And it's adjusted our bill about $1,100 a month.
And that's been since the end of.
Since November, since this next billing cycle and the following billing, because we had repairs that it took us a while to get through all of it. But there wasn't a broken line. It was small leaks throughout, running toilets, et cetera, stuff like that. Also, we're focusing on tenant education as well.
So that tenant education and all of that has been how many months?
It's just been since November, since I just showed up and took action.
Oh, 3 months.
Yes, but in that time, we're already seeing help in that just our usage part, which is helping us a little bit, which is nice.
Well, and generally, these numbers you're providing, the usage doesn't seem like it's out of line anyways with typical dwelling units in Cannon Beach.
Yeah.
It's about what gets used everywhere else.
But it still helped us. And so I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that we were taking this very seriously and following all your advice.
Yeah. And it really hasn't gone up. It's gone from 461 back when the property was, 5 years ago, a little bit up, but not huge, not real significant. Then we've got some budget implications, and this is more, again, just background of what our situation is. And again, we are not at all blaming all of this on the increased water. We're simply turning over another rock because the other problem has been incredible insurance rate adjustments. What did our insurance just went up?
It's went, it's $60,000 a year.
And it went up from.
It went up from 1,200.
Well, yeah, just an incredible increase. So we're.
1,200 per month to 5,000.
Yeah. So it's again, turning over every rock, trying to decide whether we can make this project hang on or not. The other thing that's happened is, and we readily admit that because we're 2 hours away from this project, we have not always been able to oversee our property management firm in a way that probably needed to happen. And one of the things is they've been negligent over the years in increasing rent increases. And often we didn't find out until it was too late. We only get one a year. We're only allowed 5%, and they've missed some of those years. And so consequently, we're behind on what the rates could be. And they seem somewhat insignificant to property management, but to us is, trying to handle the project, it adds up. Going through these pretty quick, so if you've got any questions on it, don't hesitate to stop me. So what are we looking at? What are we asking for? We're managing one of the 2 affordable housing properties in Cannon Beach. Love to see some revisions to the billing methodology. We'd love to see a review of what that methodology is and how it might apply to us. And whether it was certainly us putting that hydrant in there and feeding that hydrant was obviously should have been part of the construction. But should the units be charged based on that 6-inch line that's put there for the fire hydrant, I guess is one of our biggest questions, or could we be charged at a lower rate? I think there's a letter in your packet as well from engineer there. And, you know, if we were building that property today, you know, we'd be putting in 1.5 or it would be sufficient for the entire property. So 6 inches is obviously an overbuild. And again, it's because of the hydrant there. If we were to redo the meter, I think there's probably an unnecessary expense. It would be expensive to do it. I'm not really sure that that's needed. It would get us down to the size that might be needed to feed the properties. But I think just a change in billing methodology could get us to the same place. Yeah. You want to go back to that? Or look ahead to that?
That's what
Yeah.
the 20,000 units. Now we're at 400, but we went from 20,000 units in July of 2020 to 400 units in 9/1/2020.
We'll get to that slide here in just a second. You can see it online there too. So that portion of the presentation, James had started to put together before he left, and we did some refining, we got some consulting on some of it. But then there's a few appendixes as well that, and that's what Jamie's referring to as the exhibit A on that, which shows, you know, the use jumping up there. I'm going to flip, there we go. A little too small to read, probably, but those upper boxes that are circled in there are kind of telling into why, you know, how this could help us if there was a revision to that methodology. So Shoreline, I think that's what we're asking for city council to review that and perhaps see if there's another fairer way for us to be billed for the water there.
Well, I guess this is a question for Karen, I think. Karen? Karen?
He's not.
Yes.
Here.
She's out.
Just getting her. If she didn't talk there.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry, guys. I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay, Karen, I'd like to know about how much it would cost to furnish and install a 2-inch meter on existing water lines to each building. And or a 1-inch meter for domestic water supply. How much would it cost for us to change, the city to change the way, the metering?
Well, I answered that question by asking the previous gentleman that called me and inquired about splitting the hydrant away from the meter to get some estimates from an excavation company that would be the ones that would actually do that. The city would not perform that function. We'd have to sub it out just the way the apartment complex would have to sub it out. And I can't just pull a number out of the air, unfortunately, tonight on the spot, but I can say we can get an estimate to do that. I would encourage, if this is the route we're going to go, to look at adjusting a monthly rate for these folks, that we actually split that away. Either they do it and the city consider contributing to that in some way, because it needs to properly measure the usage for that complex and not just make rate adjustments with the compound meter still in place. That's not an accurate way for us to charge for billing.
Well, so keeping the compound, so the choice is really keeping the compound meter in place and adjusting the billing, or replacing that compound meter in some way, right?
Yes, they're proposing that we just make the adjustment without changing the meter. And what I'm recommending to council is that we appropriately replace the meter. Either they do it and the city contribute in some way, so that it is properly measured with the proper meter separated away from the hydrant.
But I don't get the impression that they can afford to do that.
The gentleman that called me prior to this gentleman that's speaking tonight had said that they did have the funds to do that.
Might I make a suggestion? So I think and to paraphrase Andrew and Randy, one of the important things is to make sure that we keep the affordable housing that we have, right? I mean, that's the goal.
Yeah.
So I think one of the potential routes we could do is our affordable housing fund has 35% available for essentially maintenance, small capital grants, non-developer related type items. And being that CAT may not be the only one, there's also the shoreline that could come in through something. If you were to maybe ask staff to inform or to develop a grant program for that portion of your affordable housing, then we can't, because if we do the my worry would be if we just did the meter or that we're then in a slippery slope and we're not really kind of we're creating more. But this way, it wouldn't only be this too. They could come in if they had grant requests, and then we can develop the process to be able to do that inside the affordable housing fund. But that's just my recommendation.
And what about repaying to me, I'm sorry, I see it I see it that they, got charged inappropriately. And so what about making good on all of that through a credit? I think, so my overall concern would be that you would now open up potential for other people to come in for the same exact thing. I'm not saying that they weren't, this didn't happen, but I think to actually fix the problem, I believe that if we were to develop a grant process or reimbursement process, however you would like to do it, and we'll bring staff recommendations, then CAT could come and say, okay, the first thing we'd like to do is we need however much money it is to switch this meter. And then maybe they say, hey, we'd like a credit to be able to help with the maintenance. Because again, 35% of that affordable housing fund can be used for these types of things. So, but if you have a more structured grant program, then others can also apply. And we're just saying, hey, this is the path for you to be able to do this. Okay, I do understand what you're saying. However, this is a nonprofit. And I don't know of any other nonprofit organizations in this city that do affordable housing, that are actually in the business providing affordable housing. So I'm not that concerned about other people opening up a door for other people to come in, because they're not nonprofits. And this is the only nonprofit in the city that's providing affordable housing, period. So I don't see problem is, because as far as I'm concerned, they were overcharged all those years, 4 years.
Councilor Kerr, it's my job to advise, and it's your job to decide if you wish to take the advice or not. So
the concern I have with just approaching this from the water meter, adjusting that size, is the crux of this comes back to resolution 2025, where the base total for everyone across the board was dropped all the way down to 400 cubic feet. That seems to be the crux of the entire thing. So the methodology for.
And that predated all of us.
Right. Yeah. And it's that's the crux of the problem. Even if they're getting charged at a 6-inch meter, that they were getting charged at a 6-inch meter, they were getting charged at 1316 for the base rate.
Right.
But they had 20,000 cubic feet to use to split among 36 units. Now they have 400 cubic feet to split among 36 units, which the first unit uses all of it, and then the other 35 units all use more. So that's the crux of this, adjusting the methodology. Even if they get a 2-inch meter, they still only have 400 cubic feet.
Right.
So changing that methodology, and I think something, I don't know how specifically, I ran a whole bunch of numbers and came up with a methodology that would get their per apartment down to approximately what the average dwelling unit pays in town.
And don't you do that by taking I don't know, because I'm not but can't you have a different lines run? Isn't that what they do at Shorewood? That each unit in Shorewood has its own meter.
Yeah.
Why can't you do that here?
Well, that's a lot of infrastructure.
Cost.
Well-
That's very, my methodology that I don't know if it's legal or if it makes any sense, but build them as if it's 36 3/4 inch meters,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
not 1 6-inch meter with 36 units coming off of that.
That
Like,
would be a way-
adjust the methodology to
Yeah.
that bumps their.
If you can do
base.
that, yeah.
If it's a legal way to do it, then it drops, I ran a bunch of stuff and it brings them down to the average Cannon Beach user on this chart has 88.97, and if you divided it that way, it brings them to 91. So it's puts them still within that same range that they were prior to the change in methodology.
That would be great.
And I don't know if that's a legal way to.
If we had
change the
400 gallons per unit, that'd be.
They'd be using 97 cubic feet is all you'd pay for.
Right. Oh, you got,
Karen?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody back when Carolyn Probst was the chair of the Public Works Committee who brought this to council. If I remember correctly, they brought you 9 options to consider. And the spirit of that discussion was surrounded around water conservation and ensuring that the greater users bear the burden of the increases versus just the single family resident homeowners. You guys made some decisions. They brought it back to you again, I believe, with 5 options to consider based on your discussion. And you guys made a decision on those options based on that discussion. This was brought up, this particular apartment complex was brought up regarding the anomaly of the fire hydrant that was there on that 6-inch line. So this was all discussed back at the time when we were looking at the rate reviews.
So this
Yeah.
is hindsight is 2020, and that wasn't a good decision for this.
for a multi-unit complex, it doesn't work.
And
It works for individual homes because it does encourage water conservation. But for a multi-unit building to have the same, numbers makes no sense at all.
Yeah, the methodology predates us, but yes, we did adjust the rates.
Right.
Not realizing some of these,
Not realizing that it was going to apply to a multi-unit dwelling.
I mean, it affected me too, because I have a duplex and a single 3/4 inch. And now when we use, 600, 700, 800 cubic feet of water, I'm paying that expanded rate, volumetric rate too.
So multi-unit.
So I'm always over.
It doesn't work for multi-unit structures. I think that has to be looked at, but I think even more important right now, we've got to deal with this and we got to do it in a way that doesn't send them into the,
well, they're already in.
they're approaching it. So we've got to at least try and fix this rock now.
I like where Eric's going with his methodology, though.
Sure, but
I mean, we
can't
know
do
what they should be being charged. And that is going to affect, where are we gonna make that money up becomes a question that we get to solve. But it certainly becomes a fairer solution to charge them more like the individual customer.
Right.
Per dwelling unit.
Yeah.
There's 36 dwelling units there.
Can we do that? Is that something we can do tonight? Or is that a long drawn out process?
Well, I think that we could probably make some I agree. I mean, I agree, but there's 2 things. I personally feel that, I think we might agree on this, Lisa, that they're owed a substantial amount of money. And, I think that should come out of the water reserve. That's where it went. I think that's where that money should come from in some sort of a credit. How many units up there are currently vacant?
2.
And is that because of the lack of cash flow to be able to renovate them? So we have 2 units up there that they can't even rent because they don't have the funds to do. and I had heard that the number was actually, I have an employee that lives up there. And thank you for being there. And it's clear going up there that there are renovations that I'm sure that you would like everyone that lives there, affordable housing or not, doesn't mean that you don't need to live in a place that hasn't been pressure washed in a long time and those things. And it sounds like to no fault of your own. I mean, I think that it was, yeah, hindsight's 2020 and they're pretty good. I think that they should be.
The appearance of Elk Creek doesn't really reflect our values, let me say it that way.
And I didn't think that it did, but because I had heard that there were, there were.
I should also add that, when finally we ended up just through relentless pursuing the original investment group, they did eventually back out what's it been, 3 years ago now? And we immediately secured a developer to come in and rehab the project. We thought things were going really, really good. We had been, working with him for about 2 months, and all at once one morning I get a phone call and he says, "There's never going to be enough money for this project. I'm done, thanks." And it was that. I haven't heard from him since after 3 months worth of work. But that's how bad the property is the fact that going that extra, well, at the time it wasn't quite 15 years, it was about 12 years. Going that extra 12 past its rehab life has really made a toll on that property. And we are meeting with OHCS, Oregon Community Housing Services, later this week. There is some new funding coming up that we're hopeful we may be able to do something with the property eventually. But meanwhile, we're still turning over rocks. Same thing, we're trying to find out if there's a cheaper way to do insurance. One of the things we may have to do in a rehab, we may have to sprinkle it because insurance companies don't want to cover affordable housing anymore.
Are you having any issues with your insurance because the area is wooded?
No, it's no sprinklers and the age.
Yeah.
We set our water rates based on our users paying for our water system.
Right.
So I guess I'm interested in the implications or even the process. If we try to adjust this rate, number one, what does that process look like? Can we just say, "Oh, we'll just charge them this much"? And then what about that discrepancy in what we're not collecting now for water rates? So I don't know if anyone has it. Can we just say, "Oh, we'll reduce it to this"?
Okay, so if you would instruct staff to follow essentially what Eric had suggested, see what the overall impacts were, and then go back and see kind of what, I'm not going to say overpayment, but I will say what the cost difference would be. And then we would bring that back to council to make a decision.
You'd bring the amount of the overpayment back.
We would suggest
I'm calling it that.
what would happen. What are the impacts going to be? So then council can make the decision. We want to make sure, one thing we want to make sure is that the reason behind the change is really property specific, if we can do that. Because again, I think you will open yourself up. So if you would direct staff to do essentially what I just said, then I think me and the water department or public works can kind of work through some scenarios.
Okay, what's the turnaround time on that?
I'm guessing, I don't know, by the beginning of April. It shouldn't be that long.
Okay, guys, don't want languishing.
Right. No, we won't languish. I mean, again, it's one of those things too, is that, what is the impact on the overall system? What is the impact? So there's just some additional questions that would have to be answered. So
what is the impact on the community? If that facility was no longer available, you would have.
Which is why I said to have a grants program in the affordable.
Hotel.
We're not dismissing. You're being tasked to look at what the overpayment has been? Is that what you were talking about, or what the shortage of?
So I have two, from what I'm gathering right now, let me refer back to you. So what I'm gathering now is if we essentially use the methodology that Eric, Counselor Ostrander bought, and we would apply that, what would it look like to both Elk Creek Terrace and kind of the overall system? Part two of that, and if we could just do it, can we do it one specific, right? We don't, what are the rules? Not quite sure.
Office, you could do it.
It could,
All nonprofit.
we'll have, like I said, we'll work through the process. And then the second part would be looking at the change from 2020 to today and what that potential overpayment would be.
Thanks for
And-
clarifying that.
And also look at a grant program through the affordable.
And I would be more than happy to look at it.
Yeah,
Maybe that's how we take care of
Housing.
that 20 to 24 discrepancy.
I think that would be part of it. I think part of it would be, potentially if you have the large capital outlay to change the meter to be able to make it actually work the way it should, then, something like that would also, so that would be my.
And let me say, I'm not looking for an immediate answer to this. I would rather you were systematic and reviewed that.
I appreciate that, Dan.
Well, I'm small sitting up by myself, so.
The other thing I would like to bring up is that the city of Cannon Beach has a community grant program. You are a nonprofit. Applications are out right now. And I think that you should look to apply for a community grant for some of the maintenance.
Those rehabs.
Part of it.
That's a great idea.
Thank you so much.
What is the date on that? When do they do?
April 23rd, I believe. So there's information on our website. It's through the Parks and Community Services Committee.
Thank you.
And the budget committee will be meeting soon.
That's right.
Have Bruce staff look into what Tim suggested.
I think we
Yeah,
have
that's what we're
agreed
doing.
by
We agreed
consensus.
to that.
Yeah.
I think we're there.
We had to ask him.
Knows.
You know,
You asked him to do that?
Big Ashley's still up there.
Thank you guys so much. You got a long night ahead of you.
Oh, okay.
At least I.
Could we possibly get,
Just a sec, Gary's at the floor. Has a couple quick.
What happens when the affordability covenants expire in January 2043?
I'll be retired. I don't know.
I'm with you.
You can
Well,
answer
it
that.
depends a lot on, again, what the condition of the buildings are. If we're able to, get them up and they're ready for another rehab at that project, and we'd love to roll them into another. But really, with affordable housing, you need to be able to do a full rehab every 15 years to keep them solvent.
And what happens?
Money's flowing and the state's, feeding that kind of a process for us. And we can find investors. I would, again, I don't have a crystal ball either, but I would say Cat would want to keep it.
Yeah, definitely.
So what was your answer there? When they expire, if it's still a viable property?
Yeah, if there's continuing to be money to continue to rehab them and keep them affordable,
Okay.
So
Contained.
you would seek additional grants that then would extend that covenant.
Correct.
Yeah.
Next number of years.
And what happens if you find you can't maintain it if it's insolvency?
When
I don't
they're
have the
gonna
answer
have
to
a
that
crisis
one.
here.
I don't understand how it would work.
Well, I don't either. We've never had to give up a project, but
Okay.
right now, we can't, we've burned through reserves on this, some serious amount of reserves over the last 2 years. We're getting to the point where we don't have any other options. If OHCS fails to come through with any good programs for us at this point, and we can't attract another investor and a project developer, I have told Jamie and OHCS the keys back. And it becomes their problem to solve, because we can't continue, can't put the whole agency at risk trying to solve it for one project.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're paying out of pocket all the stuff that you don't see on the budgets. Right, checks. That nice fence that we just did for $35,000, Cat paid for that, not Elk Creek.
And our reserves are pretty precious. Those only come to us, through private donations, people that don't. A lot of times when we get donations, they're earmarked for certain things, right? And for doing something like that, we have to take the stuff that's not earmarked and keep it in the separate account. It goes towards things that we just don't have money to pay for.
The nice. Really.
Thank you. I worked really hard on that.
Oh, the only question that I had was kind of for Bruce or Tim is when you find discrepancies or when we figure out what that number is that may potentially be some sort of a credit or payment back to them, where it's coming from and what it'll look like giving it back to them. Great.
Any other questions?
Get me out there.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing the same goal that we have.
You guys have been wonderful to visit with, and I appreciate your time so much.
Thank you. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Yep, let us know.
April.
Thank
See you in
you.
April. Take care.
Like night and day from the last presentation.
Everyone get home safe.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we have an appointment of a city committee for the Public Works. Thank you for sitting in the back row and being here through all of this. And you didn't run out, so that's good.
Yeah.
So, you want to come on up? Thank you. This is Ann Kelly applying for position for the Public Works.
Yes, thank you. My name is Andrea Kelly. I also go by Ann. And really appreciate you spending some time considering my application for the Public Works Committee. As you probably saw on my application, I worked in the energy industry for about 20 years, worked for Pacific Power and then the parent company of Pacific Power and the parent company of that. So I actually come with a background in infrastructure. I spent a lot of time in my life designing prices and figuring out how to recover the costs of running utility operations. So I think this particular committee, I think I can bring that background and some perspective, and at the same time have the opportunity to learn about the infrastructure here in the city and the important projects that are on the capital projects that are on track over the next few years. I did attend the recent meeting of the Public Works Committee, had a chance to visit with Karen and visit with a couple of the other committee members that I volunteer with in other capacities. And that really just made me want to participate in this role even more. So I guess that's a good summary. I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, appreciate your time.
Anybody have any questions?
So you can solve the issue we just discussed.
I could buy some guidance over time, but it's always the hard part between like an economic solution and a public policy solution. And that's what I see you grappling with is how to balance those out.
Any other questions? Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'll move to appoint Andrea Kelly to the Public Works Committee beginning April 1, 2025.
I second.
Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Ostrander?
Yes.
Counselor Hemp?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
Council President Kerr?
Yes.
Mayor Knopf?
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
April 1st. No, that's not a April.
No joke.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, we have the annual system development charges discussion.
All right, Mayor Knopf and councilors, I am here today to carry this for Karen. So we developed or adopted the system development charge. Last one was February 7th, 2023. In compliance with Oregon statutes, we are allowed to adjust the SDCs by the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index 20 city average. The basis of, and that number is 2.9%, which would represent about $246 increase over last year. What that would do is it would move the parks rate from 1116 to 1149, water from 2034 to 2093. The wastewater rate from 4849 to 4990, and the stormwater rate from 424 to 436. And if you agree with that, then we will bring back a resolution in guessing April.
And is it typical to only do that standard index increase?
I believe it says per the compliance with Oregon statutes, so that I assume that is what the index is.
You can't do more. You
I
can,
would guess not, no.
okay.
How much staff work does it take for us to gain an extra $245 a year?
Now that, Counselor Hayes, I do not know the answer to.
Get the ENR number from one of the engineers who calculated and update some records.
Can you update some records, fill out a form, submit it?
We just update our SDC. After we complete the resolution, we update the SDC form and that's it.
Okay.
So 30 seconds.
That's okay.
So it's not true. I don't know why I thought you could increase it between 2.9 and 5 or something. That was, I don't know where I got those numbers from, but that's what I thought. You have a range that you could increase.
Not to my knowledge, but we can investigate and get back to you if that is the case.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Ashley's still on or?
No, she's.
No,
not.
she's gone.
But that's also the language from our code.
Mm.
Oh, from our code.
That's from
Okay.
our actual code.
That it has to be 2.9%.
No, it has to be the,
Engineering News Record.
Okay. Can't be over
And that
that.
was calculated at 2.9.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know where I got that.
Okay, so we want to bring that.
Gonna direct staff to pursue the increase?
I had a question to follow up on one of the public comments we got about the Parks SDC. Where that money's going and what's the point of the Parks SDC?
For the parks, tons of parks.
It currently goes in the Parks SDC fund. We have each of those ones said has its own individual fund. And then there's specifications about what it could be spent on.
And has it been being spent?
It has not at this time.
Okay. And my understanding is that it was initiated to pay for the NICU's project when it was initially proposed to add the SDC back a couple of years ago.
that was one of our projects listed. Yeah.
Okay.
Master
Like,
plan.
there's an
Yeah.
actual,
Yep.
yeah, there's what's it, the methodology, I don't know, there's a whole study that's done, and it includes the projects that you're allowed to spend them on.
Mhm.
And Nikus was one of them listed for projects.
Okay, I was just curious. It seems like in terms of the amount of money that we receive for it, it's for us as a drop in the bucket, but it's a chunk of money for a permittee to spend. I just wasn't sure if it's worth continuing to.
Oh, I think it
Request
definitely is. We have parks around the city.
Well, we're not using the fund.
Well, we could though. Inspiration Point, we have the possibility of getting from the state a big piece of parkland that's up behind the Holland property. So we have we have plenty of places we could spend it on parks. It doesn't have to be Nakus.
Yeah, well, for a total of, what is that, $20,000?
I don't know why we wouldn't. Livability for residents.
I mean, we're not using it to do that. That's only my point, but.
We have it,
That's
we're not going to.
It's because I think they're trying to get an increase so that way we were just spending those funds, or because if you don't have enough in that, you have to offset it with your other funds. So the goal is to try to get some money in there so that way you can spend it on the larger.
Okay.
Okay, everybody okay? Oh,
Okay, and we will
and
bring back a resolution.
thank you. Okay, so next we are on resolution 2501. Tim,
Resolution 2501. So we are looking at the replacement of the generator at the, I believe, Pacific Street Pump House. And one of the things we've learned on this project, actually, the City Hall and Police Department, is the lead time for generators is quite long. So what we are asking the council to do here is say, yes, it's okay for us to order said generator. And it will actually be paid for and budgeted in the 25-26 budget.
It's over a year lead.
Yeah. And so that's the base up, and we have all the detail here, and Karen's team has done the work. So there will be also one more generator we will be budgeting for. That will be a very large generator at the actual waste treatment plant. That will also come in 25-26, but they're still scoping it out.
So the other large one, will be budgeted in 25-26.
Yes, so
Will it actually not end up getting paid for in 26-27 then?
We're still like I said, we're still scoping it out, so it'll be when the delivery time is. We're hoping that it would be towards the end of the year, but we will see. This one here would actually come around the December, January timeline in 25-26. So that's what we're kind of hoping. So right now, if we have the commitment now, then we'll make sure that the budget is in there in 25-26.
We need to order now to make sure we have it.
Yeah, I was just curious about the other generator, if that's gonna end up actually falling in the 26-27 instead of 25-26.
You're doing this again.
Yep, I think I think they're still scoping it.
Sounds like a good idea.
How long have you guys been putting Band-Aids on bullet holes?
Uh,
Generator, a while.
This one, I believe Karen has said for a while.
Yeah. I think.
other questions?
No.
Ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion to move to adopt or approve resolution 2503 for the purpose of authorizing the purchase of a generator in the wastewater fund for delivery and payment in 25-26.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, roll call please, Jen.
Counselor Hammond,
Yes.
Counselor Hayes,
Yes.
Council President Kerr,
Yes,
Counselor Ostrander,
Yes.
Mayor Knopf.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, next in our proclamation section, we have consideration of proclamation 2501 for Red Cross. Ruth?
Thank you, ma'am. Before council tonight is a proclamation declaring March 2025 as Red Cross Month. Every March, we honor people who make the life-saving mission of the American Red Cross possible. The individuals across the country who turn compassion into action, helping others in time of crisis. The Red Cross Month celebration has been an annual tradition since 1943, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt issued the first Red Cross Month proclamation. We have a suggested motion. I move to adopt proclamation 2501, declaring March 2025 Red Cross Month in Cannon Beach.
I second.
So.
Okay, so you make the motion, or you want to make the motion?
I
Sure.
think she said so moved.
I move to adopt proclamation 2501 declaring March 2025 Red Cross Month in Cannon Beach.
Second.
Any further discussion?
A reminder that Monday is a blood drive
Right, the
for
10th.
Red Cross.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
okay, roll call please.
Sorry, had to do the blood drive in real quick. Counselor Hayes,
Yes.
Council President Kerr,
Yes,
Counselor Ostrander,
Yes.
Counselor Hammond,
Yes.
Mayor Knopf.
Yes,
And then you have a choice if you want to read it.
so I would say due to the late hour, that
we don't
will
have.
not
to
be
read
our
it.
bedtime story for tonight. We still got more to do.
Yeah.
But thank you, Red Cross, for all that you do. Okay, so Next, we have a public hearing. This is a continuation of public hearing ZO 2402 City of Cannon Beach request for zoning ordinance text amendments to chapter 17.114 tree removal and protection. The zoning text amendment request will be reviewed against the criteria of the municipal code section 17.94.060A amendments criteria and the statewide planning goals. I'm going to open the public hearing and ask, does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the city council to hear this application at this time? Does any counselor believe he or she has a conflict of interest? Is there any additional correspondence?
I just have one thing I want to say before we start. We're not planning on voting tonight. We want input from people. That's what we're hoping to get. So we can go back to the drawing board yet again and try and incorporate the input that we get.
Okay. So I'd like to request the staff report.
You guys have had a busy night, so I'm going to be brief. There's not a lot for me to add other than to say that the initial evidentiary hearing was before the Plan Commission in May. In October, the Plan Commission made a recommendation to council to approve the ordinance. That's before you, there's been some amendments. Then in January, the council held their first hearing on the proposed tree ordinance. There's a lot of discussion and the decision was to table it in order to allow for additional testimony and evidence. And so that is here what we're doing again this evening. And the purpose of the amendment is to further protect trees in the city of Cannon Beach. And the proposal would change the way in which the city regulates and protects trees. So I'm going to leave it at that and probably have the group or anyone provide additional evidence. And I'm here for any questions.
Les is going to be the person speaking tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm going to call for public testimony and state the request will be reviewed against criteria of the municipal code section 17.94.060.A amendments criteria. The pertinent criteria to be considered are noted in the staff reports. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards those criteria or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code. Person testifying believes to apply to the decision. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the mayor, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Is there a presentation by the applicant? And I believe Les Sinclair is going to make a presentation.
Hi, Les.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for giving us some time this evening. I know it's already been a long evening and my voice is a little hoarse, so tell me to speak up if I say something. First of all, I just wanted to kind of remind everyone who this Tree Focus group has been. We've been working on this project for about 18 months, more or less. Lisa Kerr, Mike Bates, Stacy Benefield, Jan Siebert-Warman, my wife Lynn, and myself have made up the core group. But we've had tons of input from city staff, from interested citizens. We've had the ODF come in and talk to us. We've had our city arborist, as well as at least one other arborist that works here in the community. So we've really tried to make this an all-inclusive effort. And I wanted to just say a few things about what we thought we were going to try to accomplish when we started this a year and a half ago. First of all, we wanted to improve the transparency of the tree removal application process. On the public tree side, it's very, very transparent, but on the private property side, it was often a surprise to neighbors when trees went away. We wanted to recognize as a community that we are losing canopy continuously. We know that because the number of trees that are removed is much higher than the number of trees that are being required to be replaced. We wanted to somehow incentivize property owners who plan to develop or expand or whatever to consider saving a tree, if at all possible, and to make that consideration early in their design process rather than it become a 11th hour thing that when we all kind of get upset when a tree needs to go when we didn't think it had to. We wanted to define in some ways what a significant tree was, and we wanted to provide some enhanced protections for those, both during the design phase as well as during the construction phase. We wanted to replace trees as much as we could on a one-to-one basis, which is not the current practice at all. And then because this is part of the whole overall code update, we needed to update the language within our code so that it's clear and objective. Our code that we have now is actually not bad, but it is hardly enforceable. So we had a lot of things we thought we were going to try to achieve when we started. And over the time, it's been a pretty much of a balancing act. We know there's a fine line between going too far toward saving trees and too far the other way. And that's what we're here to try to understand even tonight. Through this process, we've wrestled with saving trees versus property owners' rights. We wrestled with saving trees versus affordable housing. And now, most recently, we're trying to consider trees versus fire safety. I mean, these are all valid issues that we're trying to come to the right fit for this community. So, having said all of that, in your packet, you've got a copy of the clean draft we propose, as well as a red line, green line version that I hope wasn't too confusing to understand. But basically, the green text is what we have heard since during the prior meeting with you, the city council, and then from concerned citizens who have reached out to us subsequent to that. Some of the changes that we have submitted in the version you see tonight are no permit required to remove an invasive species, an allowance that removing a tree for the health of the adjacent trees is a valid criteria. And we've tried to recognize at this point that even though we don't understand exactly what the fire codes are going to turn into, we've made an effort to recognize that the fire codes as promulgated by the state fire marshal's office are going to take primacy over our efforts to save trees. We don't want to be in a position of telling someone that they have to keep a tree if it's truly a danger. Let's see. So we did reduce the significant tree fee that we were requesting from $4,000 down to $2,000 per tree. And then finally, we clarified that the city tree fund dollars could be used to offset some of the city arborist expense that's required by these proposed codes. That was all things I think that we talked about as a group before, and I wanted to tell you that we heard that and we've put that stuff in there to try to address those concerns. Are there any questions that I can, before I go on?
Any questions? Okay, please continue.
All right, so the reason that we're not really asking for your vote tonight is that we're still trying to understand what the right course is going to be for this, for us as a tree focus group and for us as a community with regard to fire safety, defensible fire space, those kinds of issues. And I really would like to get some guidance back from the council as to how you would like to see something like that. I'll speak to myself. I don't think the tree protection code is the place to have an overall fire protection plan. We certainly don't want to complicate it, but I don't think that we're the experts in that regard. But I would like to get the council to think about how do we need to start thinking about fire protection as it relates to trees, as it relates to, all the different issues that can come up. Right now, what we've been asked by one of the citizens who has some concerns about insurability. He's presented us a scenario where an insurance company might require the removal of a particular tree, or they will potentially drop coverage or withhold coverage. And like I say, we're trying to understand and think about how to do this, but fundamentally, I think the focus group can kind of understand that would be a significant issue to an individual homeowner. And it's not really clear in our current code that is a valid criteria for granting a tree removal application. But we think it maybe should be. Certainly there would be some requirements for, documentation from the insurance company or whatever it is. But, I think we can put something in there that will meet that one individual need. If you're, agreeable to that notion, but it really doesn't address fire protection in any way. Not in a big sense. We're simply trying to let homeowners build a defensible space around their own home in a way that makes them feel prepared. Anyway, that's one of the things that we as a group would like to continue to work on before we bring this back hopefully for the final time. But I would like I said, I would like some conversation around, is this enough discussion about the fire, the fire hazards that we don't currently think are very high in Cannon Beach, but they probably didn't think that in parts of LA either. I don't know.
Anyone have comments on that?
Well, I have one comment as far as fire goes. Clearing trees, making defensible space around your house might be important for fire prevention, but there are other things that are equally or more important, such as clearing brush from around your house or the materials that you build your house from, whether you have a shake roof or whether you have an asphalt roof or a tile roof. The size of the venting openings, the screening on the venting openings to prevent embers from getting through. There's all kinds of things for fire, and it would seem to me that it would be better, in some ways better off for us to have sort of a overlay of some kind of code provisions that address all of the fire things rather than just piecemealing it into different provisions of the code. So, I don't know if I haven't looked into it, so I don't know if other cities do that. But I do know that if fire is going to continue to be a increasing risk across the country, that it would seem to me that not just trees, but other things are even as important or more important to preventing fire. So singling out trees in a tree code, I mean, I guess that's fine to with, you know, the state fire marshal, if they do end up passing this. But I just think that it's not really the issue here. I think the issue is much broader than as far as fire prevention and trees. I think it's fire prevention and all the other things.
Well, and like Les said, the tree code isn't really I don't think it's the appropriate place to have fire code, like that's.
Right.
I think whatever number this is at, I don't know where where it refers to the fire marshal. I feel like that's generally appropriate language, just if the fire marshal says that this is a fire hazard, you deal with it appropriately, sort of language. That one thing in there though, removing the word Cannon Beach low risk fire area, just the Cannon Beaches, because our fire area could change. It could change to moderate or severe.
That's true.
Making that paragraph more evergreen.
Yeah.
And Eric, that got brought to our attention, and we've discussed it as a group. We're all, I think, comfortable with that. It actually, I think, makes it a better statement if we take the low risk fire words out of that.
Yeah, just whatever Cannon Beach is designated at any given time.
Right,
making that evergreen.
Right.
I have a question.
Yes, Deanna.
Very novice question. It feels to me like we're in the middle of a hearing, but this group isn't ready and that maybe this should go back to the planning commission. It kind of feels that way to me because there's all kinds of new notes. And conversation is fine and I understand that, but it just feels like this isn't really ready for the hearing process. Whether we agree with what's been written or not, we're making a lot of decisions.
I think the planning commission has seen the bulk of it and has approved it.
But they haven't seen, there's a lot of revision in here.
And all the revisions were the result of trying to make it more compatible with the broader part of the community, not less compatible. So I think that to send it back to the planning commission at this point, I mean, they approved it before we heard from people about fire concerns. They approved it before we heard from people about being concerned about how expensive it was, the fees for cutting down trees. We heard from it. We've made it more conservative and more property owners' rights rather than less. And so if we'd made it more liberal in the sense of additional protections for trees, you would be right, because we were adding in all these we've actually taken out protections for trees and all the changes we've made. So it makes no sense to send it back to the planning commission. And I don't think that's the process that we've ever used.
It seems to me that the logical thing is whether you're adding or subtracting, the planning commission approved the verbiage. And now which that brings up another question, but Les's group has sent something back that isn't what the planning commission referred to us.
I had that same question, but in the same vein as what Councilor Kerr was saying, that the city council meeting provides a different audience than the planning commission, even though the planning commission is the most popular commission out there. They're amazing, but
well, they used to be.
Until I'm but anyways, the council receives a different audience from the community than the planning commission. So the comments that we're getting as a council, we're getting different people. There's a handful of different people that never commented on the planning commission. That may have never commented on the planning commission when it was there. But I also had the same question of how much is a substantive change enough that it needs to revert? And I'm not advocating for it to revert because we've.
Yeah. It feels like it was a lot more to me, and thank you for that, Eric. But it feels like it was a lot more to me than just a couple of minor tweaks. I don't know, but Either way.
Yeah. Yeah, I could just make a couple comments. I mean, the plan commission heard this in May, in July, in September and October. And so I think what I would say with regards to plan commission is they got it to the point in time from a formatting perspective that the format hasn't changed that much in terms of the sections that you see before you tonight. There may be some individual sections within a paragraph as far as standards, and maybe there's a tweak to one of the specific criteria. But other than that, the format hasn't changed significantly enough in my mind to say, hey, this should definitely go back, because now the substance is completely different than what they had originally considered. That's not to say that the council can't choose to elect to do that, but I think it's been more, and you could be right in terms of some of the tweaks, there have been several, but in my mind, the substance and the sections and the things like that have virtually stayed the same. It's just some of the specifics in the criteria have maybe been tweaked. So that's just my 2 cents.
And I think much of our discussion at the approval meeting on the planning commission was that the expectation that there will still continue to be changes.
Right.
As this finalizes, and it was at a position that I can't speak for the full planning. We approved it as a planning commission, but I can't speak for the full commission, but I think it was kind of an understanding that this was enough to pass the council for council to continue getting some additional.
Thank you, Eric. I'm sorry I cut you off, but I did open it with a novice question.
Right. And also I think our planning commission, if they felt like, because they're keeping track of this, if they felt like it needed to go back, we'd be hearing about it.
You'd know, we'd know. Okay.
I think so.
I think so. And I think there's, like I said, it wasn't as though this was just, there were, it took several months just to get out of plan commission and lots of testimony and things like that. So I'm not trying to say one way or the other, but I believe that just like any zoning ordinance amendments, the plan commission oftentimes is looking at it from a first crack perspective and trying to get it so that when it comes to council, hopefully there isn't a lot of tweaks, but in the end, it's up to council to decide whether or not, you might think sometimes whether it's this decision or other decisions on appeals that they may have been incorrect. And so procedurally, this is just how the land use amendment process moves forward. So I'm not saying right or wrong, but I think there's been a significant amount of time at plan commission. And so it kind of stinks that we can't just adopt something right away. But as everyone's saying, there's been a lot of good input and there's been a lot of good suggestions, and it's better to maybe get it right. And if it takes a little bit more time, yeah, unfortunately, I just think we're at the right spot in terms of where it's at, but that's just my opinion.
Some of the changes have actually come from the council. For example, Eric at the last meeting gave us three or four changes that he would like to see, and we tried to incorporate those, and we haven't gotten anything from anybody else at this point.
Yeah, I have a couple of, I do have questions.
Les is going to address them.
Yeah. But so on the certified arborist that is mentioned in here, that needs to be ISA according to, so it has to be certified, ISA certified arborist.
Are you asking Les?
I am, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Les?
Right, I'm trying to find, I'm trying to find in the document where you're looking, the definition of city arborist, talks about it's an individual who has been certified as an ISA arborist. And I'm wondering if that's not what you're wanting, or are you referring to some other place?
It is. That is what I am referring to. So is our city arborist ISA certified?
Yes. He is not, however, additionally certified as an ISA tree risk assessment. He does not have that qualification. That's a conversation we've had. As I understand it, he's amenable to getting that if this becomes our code.
Would he be willing to get that before we adopted this code?
I have not had that conversation with him.
Well, it's only offered, I think, a couple times a year in various states across the United States. So it may not be, and it has to coincide with him being able to, with his family. So he might not be able to do it for 6 months or even longer, depending on when the course is offered.
It's less. And I actually am going to call a little point of order, I think, because my concern is that Council President Kerr, you've been extremely involved with this focus group, and I'm wondering if you shouldn't have recused yourself from the conversation.
No.
So.
Based on what, Deanna?
Well, just because, I was asking a question of Les, but you answered, and this is a hearing. It isn't a discussion. We approved it as a hearing. So, I mean, like I said, novice,
So Deanna, we have Bill on the call. Rolling from him. Okay. Hi.
You're muted, Bill. There you go.
I thought I got the mute, but I didn't. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Bill Kreisman, city's land use attorney. And the question that we always think about in land use in terms of people participating in decisions are conflict of interest, ex parte contacts, and bias. Important thing to keep in mind is that there are two different types of land use proceedings. One is quasi-judicial, where you're evaluating somebody's permit, somebody wants to do something on the property. And the second is legislative, where you're making rules for the entire community. And in this case, it's a legislative matter. It's not a permit. And under Oregon's land use system, 2 of the 3 concerns, bias and ex parte contacts, don't apply to legislative hearings. The basic concept is that when you're legislating, when you're making rules, you're supposed to be biased. You're elected to the council to represent your interests, what you believe is appropriate, and to sort of have somebody say, well, you can't act on this because you're biased. Well, that's why they're elected to do these things. And similar thing with ex parte contact. When you're dealing with legislative, the expectation is that you're out in the community, you're talking to people. And so when you talk about Councilor Kerr in this situation being on the task force, there's not a legal concern. Sometimes there are perception concerns in the community where there's a perception that, for lack of a better term, the fix is in about something that's happening. I'm not suggesting that's happening here, but there's a perception of bias, and some people might take it to a nefarious end or something, but that is perfectly acceptable under Oregon land use law. Now, if we're dealing with a permit and a quasi-judicial situation, we'd be having an entirely different discussion if one of the counselors was involved in a group advocating for one position or another. So I'm happy to talk further about it or answer questions or let the conversation move on.
Thank you. I appreciate the input on that.
Of course.
Do you have any other questions for Bill?
Well, no, I don't. No, thank you. The explanation I perfectly understood.
Could I ask one thing while you were still on the city arborist? And this is just a question, and Bill may look for input on this one. With regards to the risk assessment qualifications, if, for example, our present one doesn't have it, or down the line he was to leave, how would that come into play if someone didn't have that when we're requiring that?
So that's an interesting question, and it may be the way in which it gets put into there, but essentially, if in fact somebody doesn't have the qualifications, the council shouldn't appoint them to the position. If in fact the city arborist wasn't qualified, the council appointed that person anyway, and that person then weighed in on a particular application or I suspect that it wouldn't affect the city's ultimate decision, because ultimately you make a decision on the criteria and whether they're met or not. But it would make things, add another element of uncertainty and problems to the situation if you say somebody must have these qualifications to be appointed to position, and then you appoint somebody who doesn't have those qualifications.
Yes, one more. So oftentimes we're getting appeals that are going to council and, different things like that. Is that an argument that someone, say for example, was going for or against, could utilize to say, hey, I want my tree permit approved because you don't have the right person qualified to make this decision?
Possibly, it's hard to anticipate. Yeah.
But Bill, can I ask you a question? If the additional requirement is a risk assessment and you're not dealing with a tree that has any risk involved, but it is being removed for other reasons, like
Development.
well, like development, then how would that affect it? That they didn't, and if you have a city arborist already in place who you're using, and that person says that they are going to get the certification when it's offered, is that good enough?
If what you're saying is this is really at the heart, it's a council thing. If the council says we want an ISA certified arborist and that's who we're going to trust, it's really odd to then say we're going to appoint someone who is not ISA certified.
Yes. He is ISA certified, that's what I'm saying. But the additional certification for a risk assessment, that's an additional certification that we would like to see our arborists get in addition to being ISA certified.
Yeah, I apologize for mischaracterizing it. Yeah, so they don't have, you say we need someone who's certified to do these risk assessments, and that's who we're going to listen to. And then you have someone who isn't certified. It just, it gums up the works. Can I say that categorically, if someone appealed that would be a reason? There's so many other factors that it's hard to try to figure out, but it's an odd thing for this council to say, we want this person to have this particular certification, and then have in that position someone who isn't.
Yeah.
That's the council not doing their job, really.
And I'm not trying to say one right or wrong. It's just something that I think we need to.
We have to discuss it. That's another going back to the drawing board issue. Yeah, definitely.
And there are a number of other ISA certified arborists in the county that have
That's what I was
risk assessment, that not necessarily Jeff Gearhart is our current.
Yeah, that's who.
There are other arborists that the city could contract with.
So it's just something, I guess.
We've got to think about, yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Bill. Deanna, do you have other questions?
I had a question on, I did see that the fee was reduced significantly. I'm wondering how you came up with a $2,000 number. Just out of curiosity. I know in Portland, in the city of Portland, their significant tree removal fee is like $1,681. And their fees go down to around 100 and a quarter. And And there's varying degrees of fees there.
You know, and we looked at a number of different cities to see what, what kinds of fees that were being called. And we found some that were somewhat higher than that. $10,000 for a very large tree, that kind of thing. There's a bit of, I can talk more about the $4,000 that we had before. We felt like that was sufficiently high to somehow recognize the value of big trees to this whole community. It was less than the high end of what other cities require. Again, Portland may be on the low end. Seattle's quite a bit higher. But it was trying to put something in place that allowed us to just recognize and incentivize the saving of big trees. There isn't a dollar amount associated with that. There's no formula behind that.
Thank you.
Did you have other questions? Yes.
Not right now. I don't think I do. Oh, I did have one other thing, actually. I really think that it would be good to put a grant program in this in some way, or figure out a way to have a grant program that's in tandem with this because I know that there are tree removal fees and things that if the city were to deem that a tree needs to be removed, we kind of talked about this before, that there are people in town that can't afford to have these trees physically removed from their property, whether there's a permitting process or not.
Do you mean like a dangerous tree?
Yeah. So with the tree fund, I know that's to go to replant trees and things, but if there was a dangerous tree on someone's property, and they hadn't had it removed because they just simply didn't have the means to do so, that there was some sort of a grant program that goes with that tree fund to help assist some of the people that may not be able to afford
To have a dangerous tree removed. Yeah, we don't have that currently.
Right.
But that is not a bad idea to think about. I mean, that's another thing I think we should take back to the drawing board as an idea. I don't know how often that happens, but I do know it's expensive to remove a dangerous tree, and I had to do it myself in Seattle, and it was very expensive.
Yeah.
I know that, but that is something to keep, that's not a bad, I mean, that's something to think about.
Well, if we're including in this code, the provision specifically calling out that if a hazard tree is noticed that you have a time frame to get rid of that tree, then now this is specific, hazard trees are being specifically identified in this code when they weren't really being identified in the previous code.
Right.
And then you're at the burden of owing the city money if the city comes out and replaces, and takes the tree, out for you. And it doesn't have to be in this, but maybe something, just kind of in tandem with it. Could help there.
Okay, Eric. Yep.
I have a bunch. So mostly things that I cobbled together from Mirth's two sets of comments and then Richard's comments. I kind of went and compared their comments. I know Mirth's original comments were prior to this version, so then I cobbled together what wasn't implemented and then made notes of those. And there was a couple of them that I had questions about, and then a couple that not very many that I noticed on my own. It's kind of extensive. There's like 40 some comments, I think. I'll try to go fairly quickly. So on the findings of fact on the first page, the third whereas, it was in I think it was Richard's comment, and then I noticed it as well, that, kind of seems in a irrelevant whereas, and make the whereas more whereasy, I guess. Recognizing carbon capture via trees is preferable to ocean carbon sequestration, thereby reducing acidification of the ocean, when that's kind of just a general catch-all, just kind of saying that the oceans are acidifying, and I don't think that trees on a municipal level are contributing to the de-acidification of the oceans as opposed to the coal that's being burned and all of the extra stuff. It just felt like an irrelevant whereas to add additional whereases.
I think the reason for that whereas, or one of the reasons is that there was comments given to us, well, that we don't need trees because we have the ocean to capture carbon. So we don't need trees to capture carbon. We have the ocean doing it, so let's not. And that was an answer to that, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to address it because it was one of the comments that we got. It was something that I noticed when I was reading it through as well. The last whereas in that findings of fact, there's a comment about understory vegetation. There's nothing in the code itself that addresses understory vegetation. That kind of seems like it's not either we address understory vegetation or we take that out of the whereases.
Could you do that by just having a definition?
Never addressed.
But we don't address any sort of code, code management of understory vegetation. So it would make the most sense just to take that out.
Yeah, it cleans it up.
Let's see, one of the comments from Mirth in definitions, second definition, best management practices. It's just a grammatical, the possessive apostrophe on the BMP.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm assuming that was just an oversight, going through and copy editing it. I happened to catch it when I just, one of hers that I didn't notice. Significant trees, the definition for significant trees, I just wanted to ask and see if I can get some elaboration from the committee on, in reference to Mirth's comments on the differences, why there's a difference DBH in terms of identifying a significant tree from a conifer versus a deciduous tree. And I understand different growth rates, but I kind of had that question initially and just let it go. And then Mirth brought it up again. So I figured I'd ask the committee assembling this.
Yeah, I can talk on that. It really ties back to how much canopy contribution the different kinds of trees make. Deciduous trees tend to have a larger canopy than a conifer. And there was a study done in Portland that gave us some really good data that let us understand, out of a large group of trees, what those contributions might be. And that helped us understand that a smaller deciduous tree would give us essentially the same canopy as a 24-inch conifer.
Okay.
I think my concern with that is maybe it's the deciduous trees that we have. I mean, we're generally talking about alders. And when you start looking at alders that size, they're on their way out. And so it seems like we're putting this high premium on alder trees that are near the end of their life, with a lot of requirements that are met to deal with them. And I would feel a little bit different about big leaf maples, which is essentially the other deciduous tree we have, but it seems like older alders, which, don't have that long of a lifespan, we're giving a lot of value to. And maybe they do during that time, but it seems disproportionate to me.
That would be a good question for the Oregon Forester. Ask him about that, because he is an expert on urban trees, so I could ask him about that very thing. That'd be a good question for him.
Well, and alders they're our only nitrogen fixing tree that we have natively on the coast, so they're fantastic trees anyways. I know there's a stigma, they're softwooded, they grow quickly, they fail early, like, but they provide us.
I understand the
environmental service.
You know, biology wise.
Yeah.
But that's what they're good for. They're good when they die.
Their root nodules are good too, but I was just the 18 and 24, our old codes, has a 30-inch, standard for recognizing different pruning practices, but it was just kind of, wanted to get the thought process on that.
I'll ask him. That's a good question, actually. See what he says.
You know, we had a number of comments around, really, these two numbers don't do the right job. It needs to be almost species specific to, you know, to be the right thing. And we really just don't have the way to do that. It makes the code so prescriptive. And there's no agreement on the right numbers for individual species any more than there are for, you know, broad groups of species.
Yeah.
We thought these would be workable.
Okay. So then moving on, definition for stump. I just wanted to have it said out loud what the, I have a feeling I know why that Mirth's comment about stumps, the 12-inch diameter, stump comment that she had in there, why that was left as it is. And I'm assuming it's for safety, that if you have a tree smaller than 12 inches, that leaving it 22 feet tall is a danger, as opposed to cutting down. Is that why that adjustment didn't get implemented?
No, I'm gonna have to check on that one, Eric, because I do recall Merv's guidance on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure that I may just not have caught it here.
Okay, and it might have just been that too. I was just thinking there was a potential safety for retaining stumps less than 12 inches in diameter, permitting them to be 20 feet tall.
Now that whole definition came out of one of the ISA documents, and they talked quite a bit about beneficial uses for stumps, and they talked about 12 inches and greater being really what was beneficial. And I did see what Merv said, and she saw, benefit at 5 inches. That wasn't in the document that I pulled this definition out of, but I'll check it.
Okay. So then the next comment I had was, after definitions in 17.114.030. Actually, I found, I noticed at the end in the final addendum, you have a list of invasive species. And this is referencing that. I found the city of Portland has a pretty significant, it's list 16. I can send a link to it, but it's like 16 or so species that they have identified specifically as nuisance species. English holly is one among them. I started coming up with a list on my own, and then I found that list and I was like, oh, there, the work's done. I don't need to even look it up. But English hawthorn and tree of heaven, there's a number of species that are on that I would think would be considered. And then additionally adding like a final line item, just like the final line item in our trees that we like, the general tree species, the final one, other non-invasive as approved by city arborist, having a similar line item at the end of other invasive trees as identified by the Oregon noxious weeds list, or something, some sort of verbiage along that line. And all of those would be included in the exemptions from permits per 17.14.030.
Yeah, I recall you mentioned a list that you believe existed of noxious species before.
I ended up finding it today, so that was very, very late finding it, but.
He said he'd send us a link.
Yeah, it's the city of Portland has it listed on their site. There was some interesting political stuff about English holly the reason why it's not on the state list, which Mirth brought up in her comments, but that species is listed on the Portland list, regardless of that interesting politics around it. I had a concern, I think it was also raised by Richard. I think Mirth may have also brought it up. Maybe I've heard it other places too. I'm not entirely sure, but the process for appeals and notice to neighbors kind of seemed, I'm not sure what the correction would be. And then I also had a concern in that area about dead and hazard trees, or dying and hazard trees. Maybe not imminent danger of collapse, as it has a little bit later in that same section, but a hazard tree that you've had an arborist come out and say, hey, it's powder post beetles and you need to get rid of it, but it's not dead yet. And the neighbors having the ability to come in and say, no, and peel it and increase the costs, run out the time clock on how long it takes for you to get an arborist, all that stuff. And I wasn't sure how, that was a concern. I'm not sure exactly how to address it and bring that back into the code, but
Yeah.
the ability for a neighbor to just not want somebody to cut down their tree no matter what, and they appeal every single thing no matter what, kind of seems like a lot of work for Steve having to deal with that, and then increase the costs for the person that's just trying to either protect their house because it's a hazard tree that may not be in imminent danger of collapse, or they're just trying to add a kitchen to their house or
I
whatever.
think that's a general concern with that whole process.
That I agree. That has been a sticking point I've heard in the community is like, what about it? What if your neighbor just doesn't want you to do this and they're just gonna file an appeal every time?
I don't know how you can prevent that. I mean, I don't know how you can prevent, from being jerks, I don't, I mean, you know what I mean? I don't, because.
No jerk provision.
Because I mean, that's more of a, personnel issue. I mean, if you have a neighbor and you have a tree with those beetles, the beetles in it, and you tell them, this has to come out because, and it could spread to your trees too,
We don't now have a public notice provision for removing trees on
And we should.
private property.
We need to, and that's what happened with the tree up on Ash Street. There was no, public notice, so the neighbors didn't know till the last second that tree was going to be taken out, and because there was no public notice. And it's to avoid issues where it can actually be detrimental to the neighbors, the action that's going to take place, and they have no way of knowing it. That's why the public notice thing, that was one of the main reasons for changing that whole section, to avoid the whole Ash Street debacle that happened with that tree. When taking out that tree could make the whole hillside slide down onto all the neighbors, and they had no notice of it.
Is that handled anywhere else as far as removing trees on slopes, or was as far as prioritizing their removal? I know.
No, it's just to give the neighbors some ability to weigh in. And oftentimes, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen that often unless there's someone perceives a real danger, or unless somebody just wants to complain about everything that's being done. And I don't think you can stop that. But the notice thing, I am a strong believer in transparency, and notice gives you transparency. To know what's happening in your community. So that,
Yeah, I'm concerned about the administrative burden of that all the way through the process, especially if they do start hitting appeals.
That's what happened with the Ash Street. It got an appeal, and it caused a huge, is it better for the tree to get cut down and the slope to slide? I mean, that's just, and I mean, we've run this by Steve, who's the one who has to administer it, and he hasn't complained about that aspect of the notice. So unless he's just been shining us on, we don't.
I've
No concerns about the administrative.
Well, no, I mean, of course we do. You know, it's one of those things. I think what the thought process more than anything was to try to be consistent in our way of providing the public notice. Presently, right now, the city right-of-way trees require a particular notice and the private property trees did not. And so we did not have a real objection to providing that notice from the standpoint of being consistent. So that was our take on it. I think the biggest thing that we might have is when people have that comment period that is allowed, there's going to be information that's provided by to staff from an arborist that may say something different than what the neighbors believe. And we are going to act on the arborist's information, and then that appeal, process would be followed most likely from there. But as far as our expertise, we're going to rely on the experts to give us the information that we believe we need in order to make a decision. And that will likely not always coincide with what a neighbor may believe with the comments that they provided us. So I would anticipate, I mean, I wouldn't say
get
a ton, but they'll.
Planning commission and.
Right, yeah.
They're appealed and it can come.
Yes, I mean, from that perspective, it's not a ton different than today, other than the fact that we are providing additional notice. It gets on the website today, but if a person doesn't check the website, they might miss the time period or the permit. So this would at least provide all the people within 250 feet a notice that that's to take place.
So I just had a question. So under our current code, I don't have that anywhere in my vicinity.
Yes.
But it's if someone were to catch it early enough, they saw it posted on the website, they could currently appeal the approval.
That's correct.
Okay, so our current code currently allows it. If somebody wants to remove tree, they catch it before they remove it. They see it on the city website, they can appeal that, and that is stop work order replace, and then it could potentially go through the planning commission, city.
That's correct. Right. I would say the process is basically the same, other than the fact that presently there's not the 250-foot notice that the property owner receives. So procedurally, the only thing that will likely be different is just that people will now, just similar to a right-of-way tree, will receive notice that that's the tree's proposed to be removed. Where previously you would have to do we would put the notice on the city's website, and the responsibility would be on the owners to review that from time to time to see whether or not a tree permit had been issued.
Okay, I guess that was my misunderstanding. I didn't realize that our current code provided that appeal. The appeal frame for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So the only difference is there's a little more transparency for the neighbors.
They would receive the notice.
And it's pretty much the same as what for right-of-way trees. I mean, there's notice provided on the website.
That was the right-of-way trees currently have the mailing notice. So I think that was a lot of the discussion with the group, and based on some of the issues was to be consistent and to provide that transparency or that notice so people are aware of it.
Okay. So the only additional administrative burden of this specific thing is the notice matching this notice that you already do for.
Right.
Okay. It's less concerning than I had concerns of previously. For me to go continue.
Yeah,
Comments?
get through it, man.
Okay, so pre-development conference.
Could you just give us the number?
Yeah, so we're still in the same section, 040, D.
Okay.
Pre-development conference. The city arborist shall meet on site with the owner. I had a question of how stringent we want to be with that shall versus may.
And owner.
And owner, yeah, the applicant or however
Yeah.
verbiage you want to go there. I was just concerned that that raises additional costs that you're paying an arborist to go out, that maybe something as simple as photos would suffice to get the needed stuff. And I think Mirth made that comment about at the city's discretion may send the city arborist out. And I don't know if that got missed or if there's a reason that didn't get
No, that, we had a lot of discussion about the pre-development conference. And Les, do you want to address it?
Well, yeah, and we did have quite a bit of conversation around that. The thing that we found is that there's really not a requirement to get out on the ground before the development permit application. I think I've got this correct. And one of the things that we felt very strongly, and we were backed up by our arborists as well, a lot of the problems that we might encounter with trees could be addressed up front most easily if they would just get on the same property and talk about it. But there really wasn't a requirement to have a meeting prior to that permit application. And this kind of creates that opportunity.
And stops you from having to fix things after money has been spent is how I look at it too. In other words, you spend the money, submitting a permit and all that kind of thing, or asking for a building permit. And then you find out that there are issues, whereas this way you're addressing them all up front. And it seems like it would be easier for everybody involved. They know what's going to happen, what's going to be required, and they can address it right from the go.
Okay, I know Jay Orloff was a huge proponent of that pre-development conference.
Yeah.
And I don't remember off the top of my head. I was just thinking of Mirth's comments.
Yeah.
About the shall and increasing the costs versus
Jay wanted
at the city discretion.
to save hassle and money for him as a
Get it
architect
done
and
ahead of time
developer.
and
Yeah.
It seems like one of Jay's comments was about the owner.
Is that what
his representative?
Yeah, I kind of see that point of that. You say owner, architect, and other, I think it can be the applicant. I don't think you have to have.
So you would take out owner, architect and other.
No, I guess I would say, it would definitely have to be, the architect should be there because he wanted to be there.
Right.
At least Jay did.
Yeah.
But when you say owner, if there's a representative for that owner, I don't know if would be, the owner might live in Arizona and just wants a house built.
So if you took out owner and had architect and other interested parties, if the owner really.
Or applicant, architect, whoever the applicant is,
okay.
yeah.
Owners.
It might not be the owner,
Representative is.
Could be a contractor.
right? And he just gave it to him to do it,
Owner representative,
yeah.
add the word representative.
Owner representative. Does that make sense to you, Les?
I understand that. The reason that we went that way, I think, was because we felt like, and maybe you're right, maybe, requiring an owner to be a part of that is onerous to people who live, far away but the owner's the person who contracts the architect. And that's the relationship that we're trying to inform. And so I think that we put owner in there actually thinking that was the person we really wanted to be involved. But I don't have any real issue with changing that to applicant or any other verbiage you want. But I think we did talk about it and again,
I think owner's representative makes sense. Because he's acting as the agent for the owner.
Right, okay.
You know.
Put that in.
Okay, keep going. So, permanent issuance criteria, 114050, 2. A2. The grammatical, missing the period still at the end of that.
Oh.
Thing. Jumping to page 8 of the code. Still in 050, C, removal of tree, and you've removed the apostrophe or the parentheses S in all other instances, except for this one still remains. So
We've got a new Nancy McCarthy here.
I'm just going on the public comments yeah.
That's good.
Between Eric and Merv, I'm covered with English majors.
And then a little
chance to feel what we do.
The page close to the top of page 9, no significant tree shall be removed or pruned solely for the purpose of obtaining solar access. I had a question about the pruned solely for obtaining solar access. Seems to me counter to the whereases at the beginning of environmental protections of reducing energy use through solar panels, solar devices on your house. If you cut a couple of limbs off a tree, like off a significant tree, it seems like there's more overall environmental benefit to the number, but it would seem that it would be a bigger environmental impact to reduce your energy use versus saving a couple of limbs. I understand not removing a tree for it, but pruning it.
Does solar access mean solar panels?
I didn't read it that way. I read it just
for lightness.
Right. Regardless, because you want perennials that like sun.
You want partial sun, no.
Okay, that's, and if that's the way that we're looking at.
I read it as energy too.
Yeah, my first.
So we need to clear it up. Yeah.
Instead of, I didn't think about flowers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So then the next 2 comments here, I believe were already addressed, the health and vigor of trees, and then the making it broader for the low risk fire, making it more evergreen comment. Let's see. Missing required documentation 070 2A, top of page 11, that last sentence. It's I don't know the actual grammar behind this, but Mirth's suggestion was to add the word "and" before the semicolon. I don't know if that's appropriate grammar or if that's.
She's right.
Okay, and it didn't get added. I wasn't sure if maybe that was
No, that's
incorrect. But I caught that did not get adjusted. And then another one that's probably a point of discussion here is tree replacement policy, the size of trees required. So this is 114-100 B1B, top of page 13 in the code. Tree saplings offered, replacement 2-inch caliber and 7 feet tall. Her comment was that a number of the trees in our list of trees don't come that large. It's not possible. You can't buy them that large, so possibly exploring.
I had the note that might make sense to reduce that.
I don't know if, because she mentioned 3 gallon pots or 5 gallon pots, that some of them come in and they won't be a 2-inch caliper at that size.
Didn't we get that from Trevor? Didn't we get that desire from Trevor?
We did, but I think legitimately we were primarily talking about trees in the sense of, cedars and Sitka spruces and stuff. Our list of acceptable trees includes some smaller species as well.
Yeah, so we got to fix that discrepancy.
Well, and we talked about potentially trying to put that information into our tree list, what the minimum size would be for a given species.
Okay.
And
Yeah, because you want something that's gonna be a viable tree that's planted and has a good chance of success and is actually making progress, but.
Right.
If it's not actually available, then you're never gonna get someone to plant a vine maple because you're not gonna get a
Right.
vine maple that's 7 feet tall, 2-inch caliber. I had a question. I don't know why I wrote this. Maybe when I talk for a second, I'll figure it out. So same thing, tree replacement policy. We are A, B, C for replacement.
Where are we?
Sorry, middle of page 13.
Oh,
Just
okay.
below the middle.
4, okay. yeah,
Or
yeah.
replacement trees shall be maintained by the property owner, written commitment to maintain replacement trees for a period of 5 years following plantings. That, oh, I still hear, that's what okay, so, that's also the approximate verbiage that's back in documentation. Or the documentation that's requested. Required documentation, for maintaining that you did it. Is this what I meant? Oh, yeah, so the first one, including a written commitment on behalf of the owner of property to maintain replacement trees for a period of five years following the planting. So required documentation A1 has much of that same verbiage.
Okay.
And it's not exactly the same verbiage, but it's pretty much the same thing. So I don't know if it needs to be in the part of the application or if it needs to be in the one or the other makes sense, I think. And then tree fund, city tree fund, 114110, talking top of page 14. Purchasing, planting and maintaining trees within the city, supplementing the cost of rendered services by the city arborist on city-owned properties. Mirth's comment that, I don't know, it may or may not have been discussed with you guys, eliminating that city-owned properties phrase, I think her initial comment initially just said that we have lots of property, some of it's private, some of it's for maintaining stuff like that. But I thought about it afterwards as well as reading this, it kind of almost seems like the city's arborists can only do those things for
city-owned
so
property.
then the city tree fund, even though people would be paying into it, that fund wouldn't be able to be used to do the inspections of other trees.
Right. So it sounds like it's only for city.
Only for
Yeah.
city-owned property.
And I don't think we meant that.
I don't think that was the intent behind that. And then I think. Oh, one more comment.
That's your last one.
It's my last one. It's, I hope. Oh, actually, I have 2 comments. 1.5 comments. Bottom of page 15, other invasive species, other non-invasive tree species, by a, this is a Mirth comment again, certified instead of licensed.
yeah.
She commented that there's a certification, but not a licensure for that, thing. I didn't investigate. I'm assuming she's correct.
I am too.
I don't
Yeah.
have any reason to doubt it, but. And then my last one is, the mayor's name is spelled wrong.
I'm getting used to it.
It's my fault.
I know.
I assume it's a copy and paste, continuing.
Thank you for everyone pointing it out, but yes.
You're welcome.
We're gonna have a spelling bee for one of the 12 days activities.
I think those are all great. I mean, you've given us stuff to work with. Thank you.
I didn't get to most of that until like today trying.
Well, I really appreciate you. Obviously,
Okay.
you spent a long time and worked hard. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Other questions? Gary, Deanna?
Good.
Okay,
But yeah, I got nothing specific. I still have concerns, but
so back to our public hearing script. Are there presentations by proponents? We've had them, right? Are there presentations by opponents? Anybody in the audience? Is there anyone?
Yeah, I got, Richard, looks like.
Okay,
Hopefully I was portraying most of Richard's comments accurately.
Okay, go ahead,
You hear
Richard.
me?
Yes, we can.
This is Richard Bertolotti, PO Box 1382. I want to go over, I sent you written comments, and Eric, it sounds like you've read most of them. Hopefully everybody else has also, but the section .040, I don't know that you guys got my point, because you're grouping together hazard, diseased, and dead trees with living trees that are going to be removed for a construction project. And that's like comparing apples and coconuts. I mean, so you're going to have a pre-development conference for a dead tree. It says, when you read that sentence, it says all permits. So you're going to have a pre-development conference for a dead, hazard, or diseased tree. That doesn't make sense to me. It seems to me that the hazard, diseased, and dead trees should be put in one section and dealt with in one section. The majority of the ordinance is written about what's going to happen during construction, what we're going to save, what we're not going to save, what we're going to allow, what we're not going to allow. So it just seems to me that those two groups of trees ought to be separated in that section. And you could separate, I mean, I don't know about the 250-foot notification of owners. I think it's an unnecessary step. It's now required to be posted. The Ash Street thing, I talked to Lisa about that when I was at a meeting with them. That was for new construction. That was not for just a tree removal. That was a construction project. So we're covering I have no problem with doing it the way you have it set up for the construction. But I do have it for hazard, dead, or diseased trees. That doesn't make sense. So that's my comment there. I still think that the $1,000 per tree removed that cannot be replanted, it's an arbitrary number. It is punitive to people who have a lot of trees on their lot. I know the argument of the tree committee was, well, these are all wealthy people, they can afford it. But that's not true. Unless you have an inventory of everybody who owns property in Cannon Beach, doesn't mean they're all wealthy who might own lots that could be developed up in the woods somewhere that are heavily wooded. I think that's not a good attitude. I think the $1,000 per tree, if there's anything, it might be $50 a tree, but I think 1,000 is arbitrary and excessive. The tree fund, you want to create a tree fund. So you're going to hoard some cash, put it on the city's balance sheet, and then you'll get public criticism for hoarding cash, which the city is now sitting on 50 million of cash. About 25 million is in reserves. So I really, the city really doesn't need any more cash. Put it in the Parks Fund. And the city has no plan to replant trees. There's no program. So we're proposing something, trying to create a fund, but we don't really have a place to put it. We're just going to pigeonhole it. And
I question the administration of that too.
And when you say something about it's going to go to pay for the arborist, it says right in the ordinance that the arborist fee will be paid for by the property owner during the application process. So I don't know what we're going to be hiring the arborist to do in addition to what they're already doing. That's going to get paid for in the permitting process. And then the finding of fact, I appreciate, Eric, that you point out the ocean acidification, but I really think the city needs to recognize, and I really firmly believe this, that you need to recognize that trees are going to get removed during the building process. It's a fact of life. That's going to happen. And this ordinance is designed to deal with what happens when we remove trees. I think that's a pretty straight finding of fact. That's a fact that's going to happen with this ordinance. So anyway, those are things I think are important. The other question I have for Steve and for the committee is why weren't the tree replacement requirements enforced? To me, and this new ordinance doesn't do anything to help that. And that's the big argument the tree committee is making. Well, we've lost 500 trees in the last 5 years. Well, if that's true, how did that happen? And why didn't we enforce it? So I think those are things to consider. I appreciate your time and effort. I know it's getting late. You want to go home. Good night. Thank you for listening.
Good night, Richard. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Are there any other presentations by opponents? Are there presentations from those who are either proponents or opponents?
I think it's quick enough.
Yes, it is. I had to read it. Is there a staff response?
No.
Anything from the committee?
Well, we have to go, we have work to do.
Yeah.
That's for
Does
sure.
the applicant or proponents wish to make additional statements? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And
Here, can I ask one question real quick? Hey, Bill. I'm just wondering from the standpoint of notice again, I think I've asked this question in the past. I'm wondering if we need to have a date specific to continue to, otherwise we may have to send out another measure 56 notice.
I would assume we would end. I should have.
The idea is that you have a date certain so that anybody who's following along knows when the next one is. So yeah, if you want to avoid having a renotice, having a date certain would be the next step.
Okay, we talked about 2 months actually to get this. To provide time for notice and to get all the changes made. And to contact the state, or Oregon Department of Forestry with the questions we have for him and. Does that sound right to you?
Jen, do you have calendars for like, say, the May or June meetings, the May?
Does that sound less, May 6th? Does that sound
That,
doable?
that's what we talked about, Lisa. Yeah. And I think that works. As this process goes on, we continue to get good feedback that needs to be considered.
Yeah.
And the worst case scenario is you continue it.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying if it comes down to it with the date we suggest. So I'm not encouraging, just saying that's an option. Should it be
I'm gonna close the public hearing and this hearing will be continued at the May.
I think we need a motion.
May 6th.
Want somebody to make a motion to continue, to reopen.
I move to continue this hearing until May 6th,
Second.
2025.
2025.
Second, okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Jen?
Council President Kerr,
Yes.
Councilor Ostrander,
Yes.
Councilor Hammond,
Yes.
Councilor Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Knopf.
Yes. Okay, thanks, everyone. Thank you for all of the work that you're doing, and May it is. Okay, so next we have the monthly status report. Any questions on that?
I had 3 questions. The Affordable Housing Fund amount that's in there, I'll scroll down to it, I don't have the number right in front of me. Is the number that's reported in there the amount that's in the fund or the amount that's been paid by permittees?
It should be both. So it is the amount that's paid by the permittees and it should be the amount that's in the fund, so they should balance.
Okay, so there's the note that 85% goes into the fund, and then there's the 15% that goes to other stuff, statewide stuff and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All that.
Oh, so this is our portion of.
This
what we have.
is the
So
85%.
this is the portion we
Okay.
can spend, and within that portion that we have, it's split into 2 categories, developer incentives and the other ones that we talked about using the grants, but yeah, this is our.
This is our 85%
Yes,
of
because
that.
we did it wrong the first time and then realized we were doing it wrong. And we have the whole amount, but this is just our portion.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't clear on that, I guess. I was trying to is this the thing? Okay, so the other question I had is the HRAP might be a question for Kelly in the end, but the Sea Grant Scholar going to Chapman Point as opposed to the Sea Grant Scholar that A-Trap has acquired, assisting with the outreach and education at Haystack Rock itself. They're
I'll get that answer for you.
okay. Yeah, I was just curious. It's where are you? If A-Trap's already struggling to get stuff, why is the Sea Grant Scholar not doing that sort of stuff instead of the additional partnership things?
Great.
And then I had a question about cows, but I think I wrote that down before. I ended up talking to the installers at the fire station the other day, and they answered all my questions anyways, but they're installing the antennas and they're installing the brains and all that stuff. They're actively working on it. But I had a bunch of questions and then they answered all of them. So
Oh, they're good.
good. Oh, good of yours. Never mind.
Okay, anybody else have any questions on the monthly status report?
Eric, real quick, just want to point out something Tessa pointed out to me. We have no more 5 years. They
Yay.
have all moved out.
Really?
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's good news.
So it's all done. You have your handful of lifetimes that are left and all the rest are the 14 days.
Good. Okay, any other? Okay, for mayor communications, I did mention that the coastal mayor caucus is definitely working hard to get the 3565 bill through. I'll keep you posted on that. I did attend the fire department's banquet. It was a lovely affair and they do a really nice job with their banquet. Anybody have anything for counselor communications? And good of the order.
I have something.
Okay.
I think that we need to have a executive session really quickly with Ashley about the initiative and whether or not we want to have a competing initiative or not. Because we don't have, where the window is closing.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what
have
date
that on the agenda?
March. It's March
20.
20th. We won't have a choice. So,
Sorry.
okay.
The way it was proposed in the email was if you guys wanted to discuss it, we would put it on a regular meeting agenda to discuss.
It wouldn't be an executive session,
I thought we put it on
the March,
already
the March 11th.
because we would have to have it done by then.
We have to have it done by the 20th.
Ashley's email to the council said, if you want to add this to agenda, please let
Okay.
them know.
And
And
nobody
so-
let you know.
And nobody has said anything. And I actually emailed Ashley the other day just to follow up to see if she had anything. So do you guys want to talk about, because it won't be an executive session, it has to be in an open session.
That's fine.
So do you want me to put it on the March 11th agenda?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't have,
Yeah.
we have no meetings after that, right?
no,
Okay, so it's gotta be
Yeah.
on the 11th.
okay, so just put that we're gonna discuss in general.
Yeah, we're discussing, I guess, the initiative and the competing measure.
Okay.
Discussing the competing measure.
Right, but
Right, yep.
in relationship to the initiative, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put it on and that packet is scheduled to go out tomorrow.
You got lots of time. Okay, was that it for you?
Yeah.
Good of the order?
Mhm.
I don't know if it was counselor communications, but I think there's a coffee with the counselors tomorrow.
Oh, good of the
yes.
order.
Oh, it's in good.
Yeah, you guys just stay here at
Yeah, we'll just leave here.
So if I'm awake, I will be here.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
coffee with the counselors.
Yeah.
I had two things for good of the order. Midtown bathrooms, I saw the fence came down yesterday around it.
It's,
Do we know when
it's back up. It
the,
was back up today.
oh, they put the fence around the bathrooms up? Oh, I didn't even,
It's back, yeah, the fence was back up again today. There was a truck parked in there doing work.
yeah, well, I didn't see a fence. So do we know when that's getting open then?
No, I don't know exactly. They're doing finish up work and quality control.
Mhm.
And Karen is taking the strong position. The fence doesn't come down until you're done.
Okay, well, yeah, so they put the fence back up today then? Oh, I guess I missed that. This morning. And then the other thing, a couple of people brought this up to me, and I don't know, I think it's public works responsibility for us, not parks, but at the Oceanfront Street, at the intersection of Monroe and Ocean, the dunes have overtaken the boulders that line the edge, specifically at the intersection. And the gravel and dunes together have built up to the point that there is no barrier at the end of the street. And I'm concerned that somebody may just drive right out into these. People have driven out a little bit, but not far enough to really do any damage yet. But I'm concerned when we get to the summertime that if there's not those physical barriers or those rocks back up and set on top of the stuff, that someone might drive right off the end of that.
Check it tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thanks, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.